Chapter 40-36. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning as he scanned these old heavenly soldiers. You took the initiative to challenge us. Don't say we offended you, said one of the celestial soldiers ferociously. He wasn't very old, but he had a big beard and looked ferocious. Of course. Lu Ming nodded. All right, I'll fight against you, shouted the young man with the big beard. A powerful qi emerged from his body. He had the strength of the top of the fifth godly emperor layer. That was the young man's cultivation level. At the same time, a huge battle axe appeared in his hands. Like a door, he slashed at Lu Ming violently. The aura was so powerful that the air vibrated. The huge battle axe went straight for Lu Ming's face. Even though the young man with the big beard only had the strength of the top of the fifth godly emperor layer, he was extremely strong. A cultivator of the fifth godly emperor layer was as strong as a cultivator of the sixth godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming did not take this combat power seriously at all. He didn't even need to use the battle formula, he just threw a punch. Dong! Lu Ming's fist collided with the young man with the big beard's axe. An explosion spread in the air, and at the same time, there were some cracking sounds. That was the sound of the opponent's axe being broken. Lu Ming had used the great destructive technique to destroy it. The young man with the big beard trembled violently and was propelled backwards. He coughed up blood and crashed onto the ground. The young man with the big beard had been defeated in one attack. The old celestial soldiers frowned. They were astonished. That little boy is strong. He can fight against cultivators of 3 cultivation levels higher than him. He's a genius, but his cultivation level is too low. He's not qualified to lead us. The old celestial soldiers discussed secretly. Anyone else? If you don't agree, come and fight, said Lu Ming. Humph. I'll fight against you. Another young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a long purple robe and had a luxurious aura. His body was enveloped by purple light. Then, the purple light condensed into 13 divine swords. That was the young man's cultivation level. Lu Shaofeng has made his move. He can definitely defeat this guy. Lu Shaofeng is strong enough to kill cultivators who are 1 cultivation level higher than him. He's not just strong enough to defeat them, he's strong enough to kill them. He also has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. Even if he's talented, it's useless. A cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer dares act like he's invincible? Ridiculous. These old heavenly soldiers communicated with each other through voice transmission, their faces relaxed. They believed that the purple-robed youth's victory was assured. 13 swords of the purple mountain, sword breaking the 9 heavens. Lu Shaofeng let out a long roar and pushed his battle prowess to the limit. 13 purple divine swords were unleashed, and sword qi rushed towards Lu Ming. Even cultivators of the 7th godly emperor layer would have to dodge that attack. If they weren't careful, they would be killed. However, the slogan is quite loud, but it's just an embroidered pillow. Lu Ming smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, pitch-black demonic swords appeared in the void one after another. This was the great devil sword art. Over 100 swords appeared, and they shot toward Lu Shaofeng like a torrential storm. Clang, 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 a series of collisions rang out. Lu Xiaofeng's 13 violet divine swords were directly destroyed by the great devil sword art. The sword qi didn't stop. Lu Shaofeng gave a horrible shriek and was blown away. He coughed up blood, and many wounds appeared on his body. Lu Shaofeng, who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, had been defeated in 1 strike. This was an internal battle, so of course, they didn't use heavenly soldiers' armor. Otherwise, they would have used 3rd-class heavenly soldiers' armor. All the old heavenly soldiers couldn't remain calm anymore. They were astonished, and some of them took deep breaths. How terrifying! A cultivator of the 3rd godly emperor layer can defeat Lu Shaofeng. Is he also talented enough to be on the universe's young geniuses list? But his name isn't on the list of Universe's young geniuses list. He's probably a rising star. What should we do? These old heavenly soldiers were secretly communicating again. To be honest, Lu Ming's talent was really terrifying. They had already somewhat acknowledged Lu Ming's ability. However, it would be too embarrassing to take back the harsh words that they had just said. I'll fight. At this moment, a young man walked out like a god of wind. Ruan Mingyu is going to fight. Ruan Mingyu can probably defeat him. Definitely. They were all third-class heavenly soldiers. Even though they had been heavenly soldiers for a long time, they weren't very strong. If they were, they would have become second-class heavenly soldiers a long time ago. Therefore, Ruan Mingyu was the strongest of them all. He had the strength of the top of the 6th godly emperor layer, but Ruan Mingyu could defeat cultivators who were 2 cultivation levels higher than him. He could fight against cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer. With the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, they didn't believe they couldn't defeat Lu Ming. It's too troublesome to fight one by one. I don't have time to waste on you. Come at me together, said Lu Ming indifferently, glancing at the old heavenly soldiers. At the same time, the Zephyr Pearl appeared in his hand. A terrifying wind swept out and turned into a dozen wind blades, revolving around Lu Ming. Ruan Mingyu's body stiffened all of a sudden. His pupils dilated as he stared at the strong winds and wind blades surrounding Lu Ming in horror. This was because he felt a terrifying sense of danger from the gale wind blades. He had a bone-chilling feeling. He felt that as long as these wind blades flew towards him, he would only have a dead end. Even if he used his heavenly soldier armor, he wouldn't be able to block them. His intuition was right. Lu Ming's great godly wind technique had already reached the level of great success. He could summon even more terrifying gales from the Zephyr Pearl. Even a third-class heavenly soldier armor that could block a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't block a gale attack. He wasn't the only one. The other old heavenly soldiers' hair stood on end. Cold chi rose from their feet to their heads. A terrifying weapon, a terrifying weapon. They understood that it was Lu Ming's weapon. A weapon that could threaten cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming. What? You don't dare attack? Come at me together, said Lu Ming. The old heavenly soldiers glanced at each other. Suddenly, Ruan Mingyu bowed hand over fist to Lu Ming and said, Mu Yun, no, Captain, you're strong enough to be our captain. I, Ruan Mingyu, am convinced. Indeed, I'm convinced too. I had eyes but failed to see. I underestimated you, Captain. You can punish me as you wish. Me too, Captain. Punish me as you wish. These old heavenly soldiers bowed to Lu Ming and admitted their mistakes. Compared to before, there was a 180-degree change in their attitude. They were now respectful. Chapter 40-37. Among the celestial soldiers, some of the weaker ones only had the strength of the 8th godly emperor layer, so there weren't that many of them. Most of the 2nd celestial soldiers had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming had the Zephyr Pearl, which was a powerful weapon. He had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. As a 2nd celestial soldier, he was definitely qualified to lead them. They could only sigh. They had underestimated Lu Ming. They would never have thought that Lu Ming, who only had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, could be so strong. Usually, even if someone had the strength of the 3rd godly emperor layer, they wouldn't be able to display the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. But Lu Ming had done it. They had underestimated him. Lu Ming was much more talented than they had imagined. When they saw Lu Ming's strength, they immediately admitted their mistakes. All right, I'll let you off this time. If there's a next time, I'll punish you severely, said Lu Ming coldly. He knew very well that these people were targeting him mainly because his cultivation level was too low. These people were afraid that Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high enough. If he led them to fight against the demons, not only would they not be able to obtain merit points, but they would also harm them. They were not targeting him. As long as he showed them how strong he was, they would be convinced. "Captain, don't worry. From now on, I'll support you." "Me too," said the old celestial soldiers. After all, their team would be in the same boat in the future. They would be bound together for good or ill. Since they had decided to follow Lu Ming, they couldn't be disloyal. Otherwise, when they fought against the demons, they would be the ones who would be harmed. "All right, let's start again," ordered Lu Ming. He understood that he had managed to subdue the celestial soldiers. Of course, it was impossible for them to work for him wholeheartedly and willingly. Lu Ming had no intention of subduing these people to work for him. It was just a cooperative relationship. Lu Ming needed this position to hunt demons. He only needed to obtain merit points. Bzzz. As the battle matrix was activated, a golden divine sword was formed and slashed toward the ground. Boom! There was an explosion on the ground, but it didn't leave a mark. The ground was covered with talismans. With their strength, they couldn't destroy it. That's why they dared to attack the ground. "Not bad, it's very powerful." Lu Ming nodded. The old celestial soldiers didn't cause trouble, so the battle formation was activated smoothly. It was the first time, so they weren't familiar with it, and couldn't display its full strength. However, it was enough to kill cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Even cultivators who had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't resist it. Again. Lu Ming shouted and continued to drill the battle formation. For the next 20 days, they practiced the battle formation every day. After 20 days of practice, they could already operate it as one and unleash the power of the battle formation to its maximum. The combined attack of the battle formations was extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't as strong as the attack of an emperor god, it wasn't too far off. It had been exactly 1 month since Lu Ming received the array talisman. At this time, Lieutenant Lu Danning once again gathered the captains for a meeting. In recent years, the Abyss Devils have become more and more low-key, and the number of times they have attacked Nantian City has decreased. Things are a bit strange, so the Heaven Palace has decided to take advantage of this period to occupy the territory around Nantian City and use it as a stronghold. First, we can expand the area of defense. Second, we can kill some demons and weaken their strength. Therefore, we're going to send celestial soldiers to eliminate the demons around Nantian City. You're going to fight. Lu Danning went straight to the point. Good, we're finally going to fight. We've been here for so long and haven't fought. I'm bored to death, said a tall and sturdy young man with a smile. The other captains had different expressions on their faces. Some of them looked expectant and eager to fight. As for some people, their expressions were somewhat grave. However, most of them looked expectant, such as Lu Ming. After all, they could only obtain merit points by killing demons. They couldn't get any merit points if they stayed in Nantian City all the time. Now, I'm going to assign the tasks. Feng Su, Yao Chao, Song Xiaoqi, you guys will lead your men to the second-grade area, Hungry Wolf Mountain Range. Eliminate the demons there. Lu Danning ordered. Yes. 3 of the captains stood up to receive the order. Mu Yun, De Gang, Xiaoniao, the 3 of you will lead your men to 8th Snake Mountain Range and eliminate all the demons there. Don't leave a single one alive. Lu Danning continued to give orders. Yes. Lu Ming and the other 2 stood up to receive the order. At the same time, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. What a coincidence. When he participated in the Celestial Soldier Assessment, he had headed to 8th Snake Mountain Range. Now that he had become a Celestial Soldier, his first mission to eliminate demons was also 8th Snake Mountain Range. It could only be said that enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. Lu Danning continued to give orders. Soon, all 20 captains received their tasks. Now, you guys are heading to the second-grade area. It's the easiest. After eliminating these areas, there will be other missions. At that time, you might enter the third-grade area. Set off now. Lu Danning ordered. Everyone received the order and left the place. Lu Ming returned to the encampment and left Nantian City with 49 members. They headed towards 8 Snake Mountain Range. After leaving Nantian City, there was a vast area. This area was empty and there were no demons there. Because this area had been cleared by the Heavenly Palace, there were also strong cultivators from the Heavenly Palace patrolling the area. Therefore, it was relatively safe. The second grade and first grade areas of the 8 Snake Mountain Range were the closest to this area. There were fewer high-level demons there. Very quickly, Lu Ming and the others arrived at the 8 Snake Mountain Range. Lu Ming discovered that apart from the 3 teams, there were other teams. They were obviously sent by other captains. There were 10 teams in total. We should split up. That way, we can obtain more merit points, said another captain, Xiao Niu. He glanced at Lu Ming disdainfully. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only of the 3rd Godly Emperor layer. Surprisingly, he was on the same level as him. Xiao Niu's fighting strength was equivalent to the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Therefore, he didn't want to act together with Lu Ming. He was afraid that Lu Ming would drag them down. Then, Xiao Niu left with his team. After that, another captain, De Gang, also left with his team. Apparently, he had the same idea as Xiao Niu. Humph, what a bunch of snobs. Yes, sooner or later, we'll make them sit up and take notice of us. Some people in Lu Ming's team were unhappy. Now, they were on the same boat as Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was looked down upon, it meant that they were looked down upon as well. Of course, they were unhappy. Let them be arrogant for now. Later, when we kill more demons than them, we'll see what they have to say. Yes, Captain, let's kill them. Some people shouted. Chapter 4038. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. He didn't care about other people looking down on him. To be honest, the more people looked down on him, the better it was for him. Wasn't it great to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? A group of 50 people rushed into the 8 Snake Demons Mountain Range. Dandan, check the nearby Evil Demons Mountain Range, said Lu Ming to Dandan. Leave it to me. Dandan grinned and formed a seal with both hands. Countless runes appeared and sank into the ground and the void, disappearing without a trace. What a mysterious talisman. When the others saw Dandan attack, their eyes twinkled. They were astonished. These people were not weaklings. They still had good eyesight. As soon as they saw Dandan attack, they could tell that Dandan's Tao of runes was very mysterious and unfathomable. They understood that they hadn't just underestimated Lu Ming, they had also underestimated Dandan. Dandan and Lu Ming were together. They couldn't help but think highly of Lu Ming. There, 120,000 li to the northwest, there's a Evil Demons Mountain Range, said Dandan. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. He led the group to attack the Evil Demons Mountain Range. This time, it was different from last time. This time, Lu Ming was fearless. He was full of confidence. Even though in their group, only he and Ling Yuwei had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Dandan's deployment spells were mysterious, but he hadn't reached the 9th Godly Emperor layer yet. However, they had the Heavenly Palace's deployment spell. Once it was activated, they could kill evil demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer as easily as cutting vegetables. Therefore, they were fearless in the 8 Snake Demons Mountain Range. Even if they encountered the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great deployment spell from last time, they were confident they could escape unscathed. It didn't take long for them to reach the tribe. Without the slightest suspense, the Fiend Devil tribe was exterminated, and the Fiend Devil spirit blood was collected. The evil demon's spirit blood was temporarily kept by Lu Ming. Once they returned to South Sky City, it would naturally be distributed according to merit. The Heavenly Palace had its own distribution system to ensure fairness to everyone. After annihilating this tribe, the Dandan quickly discovered another tribe, and they slaughtered their way over. No one would show mercy to demons. No matter how strong or weak they were, they would all be killed. Just like that, they swept their way through. In 2 days, they had wiped out more than 50 tribes. Gradually, they approached the core of the 8th Snake Demon Mountain Range, where the 8 snakes intersected, which was also the territory of the 8th Snake Demon Kingdom. If we want to get more merits, we have to destroy the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom. But be careful, they have many strong cultivators. They have at least 400 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, maybe even more. Lu Ming said. In the previous battle of the Godly Dawn Peak, the 8th Snakes Demon Kingdom had dispatched about 400 cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Lu Ming reckoned that the Devil Kingdom of 8 snakes would not send out all of its members. They should still be holding back. In that case, it was possible that there were more than 500 9th-level Divine Emperors. There would definitely be more cultivators of the 7th and 8th Godly Emperor layer. If they relied on their real fighting strength, they would definitely die if they fought against so many strong cultivators. But they had a battle formation, so they didn't have to worry about anything. So many strong cultivators, how many merits will we get if we kill them all? Captain, let's hurry up, don't let the other teams get ahead of us. Indeed. Some people were looking forward to it. They wished they could immediately go to the 8 Snakes Demon Palace. Let's go, ordered Lu Ming. They didn't stop, they immediately rushed towards the 8 Snakes Demon Kingdom's palace. But after a short time, Lu Ming frowned. Because they hadn't encountered a single demon on their way. Normally, the closer they got to the 8 Snakes Demon Palace, the more demons they would encounter, and the stronger they would be. But there weren't any demons here. Especially when they passed by several tall cities, but those cities were empty, there wasn't a single demon. They also didn't find any demon corpses. It was as if these demons had disappeared into thin air. They should have retreated, some other teams got here before us. Lu Ming said. Then we have to hurry, urged Dandan. Now, he was also thirsting for merit points. Everyone sped up, rushing towards the Demon Palace. Soon, they were close to the Demon Palace. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent rumbling sound came from the front. Then, they saw rays of divine light soaring to the sky, and a demonic aura filling the air. Obviously, a fierce battle was taking place in front of them. Sure enough, some teams had already arrived. Restrain your aura, let's go closer and take a look, Lu Ming said to everyone. He naturally wouldn't rush up rashly. According to his usual style, he would first approach to observe the situation. If the situation was favorable, he would attack, and if it wasn't, he would turn around and leave. For them, the distance of tens of thousands of miles was covered in the blink of an eye. In front of them, huge mountains appeared, and on these mountains, huge palaces were built. This was the 8th Snake Demon Palace. At this moment, the 8th Snake Demon Palace had completely turned into a battlefield. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and countless demons gathered into a large formation, turning into huge demonic shadows, roaring like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. On the other side, there were teams from the primitive universe. There were a total of 5 teams. Among them, the 2 teams that came with Lu Ming's group were there, and the captains were De Gang and Xiaonyo. The 5 teams from the Heavenly Palace all activated the battle formation, condensing 5 golden divine swords, which were extremely powerful, clashing with the huge demons. It had to be said that this kind of formation in the Heavenly Palace was really mysterious. Once the formation talisman was integrated into the Heavenly Soldier armor, once activated, not only could it stimulate the cultivator's own strength, but it could also stimulate the power of the Heavenly Soldier armor, which could erupt with amazing power. The 5 golden battle swords were actually locked in a fierce battle with the demons' 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation. After fighting for a while, there was still no clear winner. Captain, should we make a move? Someone asked Lu Ming. Wait a minute, someone else is coming, Lu Ming said in a low voice. Sure enough, not far away, there were rays of light flying towards them. It was another team from the Heavenly Palace. As soon as this team arrived, they immediately set up a large formation, condensed a golden battle sword, and charged into the battlefield. With the addition of another team, the Heavenly Palace's strength became stronger, and they began to gain the upper hand, suppressing the demons. A few tall demons were suppressed, and they kept retreating. "Captain, let's make a move quickly. If we make a move now, we can destroy the demons' formation in one fell swoop," someone suggested. "Okay." Lu Ming nodded and was about to give the order to make a move, but immediately, Lu Ming's face became serious. Chapter 4039. Wait. Just as Lu Ming was about to give the order to attack the demons, his expression turned grave and he stopped everyone from doing so. Guo Mo had sent Lu Ming telepathically, "Lu Ming, don't attack." I sensed a terrifying strength in the palace. Terrifying strength? Lu Ming's expression was grave and he asked doubtfully. "Indeed, it's a supreme god's chi," said Guo Mo, "Supreme god." Lu Ming was astonished. There was a supreme god in the palace of the 8 snakes? Wasn't it said that the strongest cultivators in the kingdom of the 8 snakes were only cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer? How could there be a supreme god? Supreme gods were much stronger than godly emperors. Generally speaking, even cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't compete with supreme gods. If there was a celestial emperor in the 8 snake demon palace, then the people of the heavenly palace would be in danger. That chi is very weak. It seems like a supreme god, but it doesn't seem like one, whispered Guo Mo. Guo Mo muttered, as if he himself was somewhat puzzled. Boom! At this moment, in the depths of the 8 snake demon palace, a terrifying devilish chi erupted. The devilish chi soared to the sky, and a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was also a fiend, but it looked very old. It was an old fiend. "It's His Majesty the King. It's really His Majesty the King." His Majesty the King came out. Did he break through? "That chi isn't a demon emperor's chi, it's a demon emperor's chi," shouted many demons. Demons and gods were very similar, but they weren't divided into godly emperors and supreme gods, they were divided into demon emperors and demon emperors. Demon emperors were equal to godly emperors. Demon emperors were equal to godly emperors. That old man was the king of the 8 snakes demon kingdom. "Creatures of the ancient desolate universe, die!" shouted the king of the 8 snakes demon kingdom. He turned into a beam of demonic light and moved towards one of the troops of the heavenly palace. Shio! The shocking demonic chi condensed into a demonic sword and slashed at the team. The sword chi soared into the sky and its power was shocking. "Control the formation with all your might. Block it!" The leader of that group roared. The group of 50 people activated the formation with all their strength, condensing a golden divine sword and slashing forward. Boom! A demonic sword and a divine sword clashed head-on, causing an earth-shattering boom. One side of the sky was filled with demonic chi, while the other side was filled with golden divine light. However, this situation only lasted for a few seconds. The demonic chi suddenly flourished and completely suppressed the golden divine light. With a bang, the golden battle sword directly shattered and exploded. The demonic sword did not stop and continued to slash forward. Block it! The expressions of everyone in that group changed drastically. They did their best to activate the formation. A light barrier appeared around the 50 of them. It was a defensive light barrier. Boom! The demonic sword ruthlessly slashed at the defensive light barrier, causing another earth-shattering boom to erupt. The next moment, cracks appeared on the defensive light barrier. Then, with a bang, the defensive light barrier exploded. Ah! Horrible shrieks spread in the air. Of the 50 people in that group, at least 20 of them let out blood-curdling screams. Their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Even though they had celestial armors that could block a full-strength attack of a cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer, it was useless. They were killed by the sharp sword chi. The remaining people were a bit stronger, but they were also pushed back. Many of them had wounds all over their bodies and were coughing up blood. They were seriously injured. Only the leader was in a much better condition. He was not seriously injured. That was because the leader was a second-class celestial soldier. His armor could block a full-strength attack of a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. Damn it. It's a great supreme god. How could there be a great supreme god in the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range? The people from the other teams also cried out in horror. All right. Kill all the creatures in the primitive universe. Kill them all. Destroy the heavenly palace's trash. The demons' morale was greatly boosted. Many of them shouted excitedly. In the past, the king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range had been in seclusion to break through to the great supreme god layer. Everything was handled by Prince Sa-Mo Luo. In fact, no one was confident that the king could break through to the great supreme god layer. It was too difficult to break through to the great supreme god layer. In the history of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range, there were only a few who could break through to the great supreme god layer. Unexpectedly, the king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range had really broken through to the great supreme god layer. It was really exciting. Kill. The king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range roared. He turned into a demon sword and attacked another group. This team was De Gang's team. Fast, too fast. It was so fast that De Gang and the others could not dodge it. 50 people moving together slowed down a lot. However, they did not dare to split up. There were so many demon experts here. If they split up and did not set up a great array, they would die. Activate the great array. Activate the great array. De Gang shouted crazily. Their group activated the great array and condensed a golden sword to fight against the king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range. Unfortunately, the result was similar to the previous group. Under the attack of the demon sword, the battle array collapsed. Nearly half of the people inside died on the spot. The remaining people also suffered heavy injuries. Only the captain, De Gang, was not injured because he did not rely on his second-grade celestial soldier battle armor. 2 groups were broken in succession. Once the battle array was broken, these people were equivalent to being crippled. One had to know that there were countless demons in the surroundings. They were surrounded by demons and could not break out. After breaking 2 groups, the king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range did not have any intention of stopping. He continued to attack, killing his way to the 3rd group. Although the 3rd group resisted with all their might, the result was the same as the previous 2 groups. They were also broken, and a small half of their people died. There were originally 6 groups, but 3 of them were crippled in an instant. Only 3 groups were left. At this time, the king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range stopped. He stood in the air and said, "Activate the 10,000 demon god slaughtering great array. Annihilate them. Kill." Countless demons roared and activated the 10,000 demon god slaughtering great array. Huge demonic shadows rushed towards the Heavenly Palace's group. The 3 groups that were crippled did not have a battle array and could not resist these demons. They were killed one after another. Only 3 groups were still intact. They relied on their battle array to resist. However, with only 3 groups, they were not a match for the 10,000 demon god slaughtering great array. They were completely at a disadvantage. If this continued, the battle array would break and people would die. That king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range actually stopped attacking. In the distance, Lu Ming was astonished. With the king of the 8 Snakes Demon Mountain range's strength, he should be able to break the battle array of the remaining 3 groups in one go. That way, he could easily annihilate the Heavenly Palace's group. Why did he stop after breaking 3 groups? Chapter 40. Logically speaking, shouldn't the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom be able to defeat the remaining 3 teams in one go? As long as the battle formation of the Heavenly Palace was destroyed, the people of the Heavenly Palace would be at their mercy. However, the king of the 8 Snake Demon Kingdom only destroyed 3 of the teams and left the other 3 behind. It was a little strange. "I know, I finally understand." At this moment, Guemo shouted again. "Guemo, what do you understand?" Lu Ming asked. "I can see that this guy has not really broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. The aura he exudes is just an illusion. I reckon that there is a big problem when he broke through, and he's only half a step into the Divine Emperor realm. Guemo said. Half a step into the Divine Emperor realm? Lu Ming was puzzled. How could such a situation happen? Yes, in the history of the chaotic universe, there are many such cases. Usually, there are people who are not qualified to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, but they force themselves to do so. There are many such people who fail, but there are also cases like this where they only succeed by half a step. In such cases, their cultivation realm is extremely unstable. They will be in the Divine Emperor realm for a while, and then they will be in the Divine Emperor realm for a while. Moreover, if they can't completely enter the Divine Emperor realm within 10,000 years, their body will explode and they will die. Guemo explained. You're saying that when he attacked just now, he was in the Divine Emperor realm, but now, he has fallen to the Divine Emperor realm? Lu Ming was smart enough to understand it. His eyes were filled with killing intent. That's right. Guemo nodded. How did he calculate the time of his fall? Will he recover to the Divine Emperor realm in the next moment? Lu Ming asked. No, it will take at least a few hours to recover to the Divine Emperor realm after falling to the Divine Emperor realm. Guemo said. A few hours? Lu Ming's eyes shone even brighter. A plan emerged in his mind. Kid, now is the best time to strike. Guemo said. That's right. However, the 10,000 demons' great formation cannot be underestimated. We have to think of a way to deal with it. We can only rely on Dandan now. Almost instantly, a complete plan appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Everyone, I plan to take action and kill the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. Following that, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others. What? Hearing Lu Ming's words, everyone was shocked and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill a god emperor? This was an immortal emperor. Even if they set up a battle formation, it would be of no use. Only death awaited them. The lesson of the past was right in front of them. Was Lu Ming crazy? Don't worry, I'm not crazy. This king of the 8th snake demon kingdom hasn't completely stepped into the god emperor realm. He's only half a step into the god emperor realm. Lu Ming immediately explained the news that Bone Demon had told him to everyone. When everyone heard this, they were extremely surprised. Mu Yun, what's your plan? Ling Yue asked. My plan is to first kill the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. However, with so many of us going over, the other party will definitely discover that it's hiding in the 10,000 demons god slaughtering great formation. It won't be easy to kill them. Therefore, you and I can only quietly go over and use our strongest methods to kill the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom in one fell swoop. As for Dandan, he will quietly set up a formation to break the 10,000 demons god slaughtering great formation. Of course, he will also set up a formation that can hide our auras. After the two of us kill the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom, we will quickly gather and set up a battle formation to hunt down the demons. Lu Ming quickly explained his plan. His plan was mainly based on the 3 rings. In the first ring, Dandan would first set up the formation. In the second ring, he and Ling Yue would take action and use their strongest offensive methods to kill the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom in one fell swoop. In the third ring, they would quickly gather and set up a battle formation to break through the 10,000 demons god slaughtering great formation and kill the demons. Don't worry, leave it to me. Dandan nodded. Suddenly, dense runes spread out from his body and his figure disappeared into thin air. Lu Ming and the others continued to wait. The situation at the Heavenly Palace was even more critical at this moment. The 3 teams that had formed a battle formation could only barely defend. They were extremely passive and probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. As for the 3 teams that had their battle formations broken, they were in an even worse state. The 3 teams originally had a total of 150 people, but now, there were only 3 left. Yes, there were only 3 captains left. They relied on their second-class heavenly armors to bitterly hold on. The others were all dead. Not a single one was left. Even the 3 captains wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The second-class heavenly armors weren't omnipotent. They would run out of energy. I'm unwilling. I just became a heavenly soldier. The remaining people let out unwilling roars and then used all their strength to resist. They were unwilling to die here. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, they had to fight for it. This was exactly what Lu Ming wanted. It could buy them more time. Dandan, hurry up. Lu Ming whispered. The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom had fallen to the divine emperor realm for about a few hours, but the exact number of hours was not certain. However, by the time they made their move, the other party had already recovered his divine emperor cultivation. That would be troublesome. Fortunately, Dandan's speed was very fast. In less than 2 hours, he had already returned. You can make your move now. It's already settled. Dandan said. With a wave of his hand, runes climbed onto Lu Ming and Ling Yue's bodies, causing their bodies to seem invisible. Their auras also became extremely secretive. The 2 of them didn't stop and directly set off. Following the side, they bypassed the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array and headed toward the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He was very confident. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him. The battle strength he had displayed before was enough to scare people out of their wits. Therefore, he wasn't too wary. Lu Ming and Ling Yue were enveloped by the array set up by Dandan as they quietly approached the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. On the way, Lu Ming was still observing the situation of the battlefield. The 3 captains who didn't have a battle formation had already fallen. Even if they had a second-tier heavenly soldier armor, they wouldn't be able to last for so long. As for the remaining 3 teams that had set up a battle formation, they could be defeated at any time. This was because the auras of many people inside were extremely weak. Blood was flowing out of their mouths, and they were about to run out of energy. Their battle formation could collapse at any time. Boom! Ah! Right at this moment, a shocking rumble resounded, followed by a series of miserable shrieks. One of the battle formations of one of the teams finally couldn't hold on any longer and was defeated. Of the 50 people who formed the battle formation, more than 20 were killed by the demons and died on the spot. Chapter 40-41. Another battle formation was broken, and half of the people died on the spot. The remaining people were also flying for their lives. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly out at all. They were like caged birds, filled with fear. Kill, ha ha ha. After killing these creatures of the desolate universe, we can have a celebratory feast tonight and have a full meal. Be careful, leave the corpses intact. Don't destroy them. These are all great supplements. The surrounding demons roared and activated the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array to chase after the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. Without the battle formation, these heavenly soldiers were no match for the demons and were constantly hunted down. The remaining 20 or so people died one after another. At this moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue were already within 100 miles of the 8th snake demon kingdom's king. You attack here, I'll kill my way over. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue. At a distance of 100 miles, the power of Ling Yue's arrow was completely at its peak. Alright, you have to be careful. Ling Yue said with worry in her eyes. Lu Ming went over to fight. If the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom's battle prowess was still at the god emperor realm, then Lu Ming would be in danger. As for her, she still had room to escape. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled and continued to approach the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. In Ling Yue's hand, the blood-stained elven royal bow had already appeared. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Ling Yue's body. A towering tree appeared, and a majestic power poured into Ling Yue's elven royal bow. Wang! The elven royal bow trembled, and an arrow condensed. All of this seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In an instant, an arrow flew through the air and shot towards the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. As soon as the arrow was shot, the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom sensed it. "How dare you! You're courting death!" The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom roared, and a powerful demonic aura soared into the sky, transforming into a huge demon sword that slashed towards Ling Yue. However, the aura was far inferior to before. God Emperor Realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As expected, the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom's cultivation was at the God Emperor Realm, not the God Emperor Realm. As long as it was a God Emperor, it was easy. Boom! In an instant, Ling Yue's arrow collided with the demon sword of the 8th snake demon kingdom's king, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Then, Ling Yue's arrow exploded with a bang, and the demon's sword also collapsed. The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom's body trembled as he retreated. Even though the king of the 8th snake devil kingdom was no longer in the God Emperor realm and had temporarily fallen to the God Emperor realm, his battle prowess was still shockingly strong. After all, he had broken through to the great supreme god layer. Even if he had become a godly emperor, he was still much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. It had to be known that Ling Yue had already broken through to the 4th layer of the divine emperor realm. Using the Elven King Bao with all her might to kill an ordinary 9th layer divine emperor realm cultivator was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. However, that attack from earlier had managed to tie with the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. Fortunately, Ling Yue wasn't the only one who attacked. The moment Ling Yue made her move, Lu Ming also made his move. He held the Gale bead in his left hand and the Ice Mystic Rod in his right. First, he activated the Gale bead, and a powerful gale was drawn out, transforming into a terrifying wind blade that shot towards the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still at the 2nd layer of the godly emperor realm, the power within the Gale bead was already comparable to that of a 9th layer godly emperor realm cultivator. And now, Lu Ming's cultivation had already broken through to the 3rd layer of the godly emperor realm. Coupled with the fact that his great divine wind technique had reached the large success stage, the power of the gale he drew out was several times stronger than before. At the same time that the Gale wind blade flew out, Lu Ming's taboo energy was crazily channeled into the Ice Mystic Rod. The Ice Mystic Rod rapidly grew in size, like a mountain range spanning between heaven and earth, and smashed towards the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. Lu Ming's timing was simply too good. It just so happened that the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom and Ling Yue had exchanged a move and retreated. At this time, the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom had just lost his old strength and had yet to recover his new strength, but Lu Ming's attack had already arrived. Roar! The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom let out a roar, forcibly erupting with an intense demonic aura. A pair of demon wings also rapidly grew in size, protecting him in the middle. Boom! The Gale wind blade struck the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. The powerful force blasted the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom back, and at the same time, the scorching gale continuously burned the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom let out a painful roar, and at this time, the Ice Mystic Rod had already arrived. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's attacks came one after another, not giving the other party a chance to breathe at all. Lu Ming had already broken through to the 3rd layer of the godly emperor realm, and the power of the Ice Mystic Rod with his full strength was already terrifying to the extreme. It was not weaker than the arrows shot by Ling Yue. The king of the 8th snake demon kingdom let out a roar, his eyes filled with fear as he used all his strength to resist. However, at this time, they were afraid that they could only use 50% of their strength. Boom! The Ice Mystic Rod accurately struck the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom. A destructive power exploded, and the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom's pair of demon wings were the first to shatter. The Ice Mystic Rod did not stop, bombarding the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom's body. A large amount of blood mist shot out from the king's body, and his body flew down like a meteor, crashing into a huge mountain peak. With a violent explosion, the mountain peak and the palace on top of the mountain peak completely exploded, and a huge pit appeared on the ground. And the king of the 8 snake demon kingdom's body was embedded in the huge pit. However, he was too miserable. His upper body, including his head, was already gone. He had been completely shattered by the ice mystic rod. With only the lower half of his body left, he was naturally dead. The king of the 8 snake demon kingdom had fallen. This time, all the demons present were stunned. Everything that had happened just now seemed to have happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. From the moment Ling Yue made her move, and then Lu Ming made his move, killing the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom in one go, it was all completed in an instant. By the time the surrounding demons reacted, the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom had already been killed. These demons were completely stunned. Their eyes were wide open, and they found it hard to believe that their king had been killed just like that. Just a moment ago, their king was still filled with an invincible spirit. He had the battle strength of a god emperor, and he had defeated an entire team with a single move. He was powerful and invincible. But in the next moment, how did he get killed? Their minds were unable to wrap their heads around it. Not only them, even the people from the heavenly palace were stunned. However, they reacted quickly and hurriedly attacked with all their might, wanting to rush out. They almost made a hole in the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering array. The king is dead. Ah, damn it, attack with all your might and kill these heavenly palace bastards to avenge the king. Kill. Countless demons roared, and the 10,000 demon gods slaughtering array was activated again, attacking the people from the heavenly palace. At the same time, there were also many attacks aimed at Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 40-42. Those demons also launched their attacks, charging toward Lu Ming and Ling Yue. However, Lu Ming and the others were prepared. After killing the king of the kingdom of the 8 snakes, they retreated at full speed. Lu Ming's subordinates quickly rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. After a few breaths, they gathered together. At the same time, Dandan's figure appeared at the right time and joined them. As soon as they gathered together, they started activating the battle formation. BZZZ, 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 their battle armors were dazzling and resonating with each other, as if there was an invisible thread connecting them. Battle formation, activate. Dazzling light burst out, condensing into a golden battle sword. It slashed out horizontally, colliding with the demon's attack, blocking the demon's attack. Kill. Kill them. Activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering God's great formation. Today, none of them will leave. Kill them all. Avenge the king. Shouted a large number of fiends. They were using their full strength to activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering God's great formation. This was the capital of the kingdom of the 8 snakes. Before, the kingdom of the 8 snakes had gathered all their strong cultivators. Therefore, there were many fiends there. There were at least 500 fiends of the 9th godly emperor layer. There were even more fiends of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer. Altogether, there were more than 10,000 fiends. It was the real 10,000 demons slaughtering God's great formation. 13 gigantic fiends had condensed. They were terrifyingly strong. Even if they weren't as strong as great supreme gods, they weren't far from it. If the troops of the heavenly palace hadn't relied on the battle formation and the celestial battle armors, they wouldn't have been able to stop them. The difference between them was too great. Even so, they needed at least 5 or 6 troops to stop them. Now, the heavenly palace only had 3 troops, including Lu Ming and the others. They couldn't fight against them head-on. Of the 13 gigantic fiends, 6 of them were attacking the remaining 2 troops with their full strength. 5 fiends were attacking Lu Ming and the others. They wanted to kill them all. Each of the demonic shadows was gigantic. Demonic chi soared into the sky. They held demonic sabers in their hands. With a slash, the void was split into 2. It was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the others activated the battle formation with all their might, but they were only able to block a few moves before they were sent flying. Many of them felt their blood boil, their faces flushed red, and they almost vomited blood. The remaining two teams were also like arrows at the end of their flight. It was very dangerous for them to deal with the 6 huge demonic shadows. I don't want to die. Among them, Xiao Niu roared in his heart, his eyes full of unwillingness. Although Lu Ming and Ling Yue had suddenly exploded and killed the king of the 8th snake demon kingdom, causing his jaw to drop. Previously, he had looked down on Lu Ming and the others, but he had never thought that Lu Ming and Ling Yue would actually have such strength. This also allowed them to see the hope of survival, and they wanted to rush out in one go. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so in the end. Their strength had weakened too much, and they were unable to rush out. Dandan, what do you think? Is that enough? Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. That's enough, watch me. Dandan replied. Following that, he took a few steps forward, and runes spread out, disappearing into the void. Following that, densely packed runes appeared in the void, forming a large array. The situation was extremely similar to the time when Dandan broke the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. As soon as Dandan made his move, the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation of the demons stopped operating. Attack the left, then the right, Dandan began to give pointers. Lu Ming and the others immediately activated the battle formation. The golden sword light first slashed towards the left. This sword collided with the demonic blade of a huge demonic shadow. However, the location of the collision was very particular. It happened to be the flaw in the formation. Boom! The huge demonic shadow frantically retreated, and then with a bang, it collapsed. The great formation was broken. The demons inside were flying everywhere. Then, under Dandan's guidance, Lu Ming and the others continued to attack. Every time he made a move, a huge demonic silhouette would be blasted apart. In the blink of an eye, the 5 huge demonic shadows attacking Lu Ming and the others were all destroyed. The remaining people in the heavenly palace were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming and the others had defeated the 5 huge demonic shadows so easily. They were originally in despair, but now, they saw hope again. Muyun, quick, come and save us. Xiao Niu roared excitedly. Save you? No, 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 we are weak. We will drag you down if we go over. You are strong, I believe you can escape on your own. The one who spoke was not Lu Ming, but Dandan. His tone was full of disdain. Previously, Xiao Niu was very disdainful of Lu Ming and the others. He also said that he did not want to act with Lu Ming and the others because Lu Ming and the others would be a burden to him. Now, Dandan returned Xiao Niu's own words to him. Xiao Niu's face was flushed red, and he wanted to find a hole to hide in. With the strength of Lu Ming and the others, how could they be a burden to them? Wasn't that ridiculous? We are all heavenly soldiers. You can't leave us to die. Xiao Niu shouted. He did not want to admit his mistake and wanted to use the rules of the heavenly soldiers to suppress Lu Ming and the others. We are not leaving you to die. We can't even protect ourselves. There are so many demons. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Let's fight back. Oh, Dandan was making a big fuss. Lu Ming and the others controlled the battle formation to kill the demons around them, but they did not go over to help. Xiao Niu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Xiao Niu, look at the situation now. Why don't you apologize to Captain Muyun and admit your mistake? Another captain yelled. That's right, Xiao Niu. You are as blind as a bat. Hurry up and admit your mistake. I don't want to die with you. That's right. Captain Muyun is peerless. How can you insult him? Hurry up and apologize. This time, it was Xiao Niu's subordinates who shouted. They did not want to die with Xiao Niu. Xiao Niu was so angry that his lungs almost exploded, but in such a situation, he had to admit his mistake. Muyun, it's my fault. I was as blind as a bat. Please forgive me. Just treat my words as a fart. Please help me. Xiao Niu shouted. He was extremely unwilling, but in such a situation, he could only lower his head. That's more like it. I wanted you to kneel down and admit your mistake, but seeing that the situation is special, I'll skip it. Dandan shouted, feeling very comfortable. Afterward, Lu Ming and the rest's battle formation flew over and did the same thing, destroying all the huge demonic shadows. Kill the demons. Lu Ming shouted and controlled the battle formation. The golden sword light continued to slash out violently. Every time the sword light slashed, a large number of demons would be killed. Once the god-slaughtering 10,000 demons array was destroyed, the demons were no match for Lu Ming and the others even though there were many of them. Chapter 40-43. Xiao Niu and the other team gasped for breath and flew to the side. They could only watch Lu Ming and the others kill the evil beasts. They also wanted to kill evil beasts, but unfortunately, they had been fighting against the evil beasts for a long time and were on the verge of collapsing. They were all very weak and couldn't maintain the battle formation anymore. Without the battle formation, they couldn't compete with the evil beasts at all. Not only could they not kill the evil beasts, but they would also die at their hands. They could only seize the time to recover. Lu Ming and the others also seized the time to kill the evil beasts. Without the 10,000 evil god-slaughtering great formation, the evil beast's strength was scattered. They couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the others. Golden sword lights flashed and a large number of evil beasts fell like wheat. Kill them. Die. Some demons roared furiously, revealing a crazed expression. They dashed toward Lu Ming and the rest without regard for their lives, wanting to fight them to the death. But, swoosh! A golden sword light flashed and a dozen evil beasts of the 9th godly emperor layer were killed. Their corpses fell to the ground. Chaos. It was complete chaos. The scene was in chaos. The evil beasts had lost their will to fight and were running away in all directions. Some evil beasts went crazy and wanted to kill Lu Ming and the others. Of course, Lu Ming killed them easily. After a short time, the ground was covered with evil beasts' corpses. Not far away, the other two teams of the Heavenly Palace looked greedy. Those evil beasts were all above the 7th godly emperor layer. Each drop of evil beast's blood could be exchanged for a lot of merit points. Especially Xiao Niu, the light of greed in his eyes was even more intense. Everybody, there's so much evil beast's blood. How could we let Mu Yun's team have all of it? Let's go and collect some. Whispered Xiao Niu to the others. That's not good. After all, they saved us. Said someone hesitantly. You're looking at the problem too superficially. They saved us, but if we hadn't stopped the evil beasts, how could they have had the opportunity to break the evil beast's great formation? How could they have had the opportunity to kill the king of the 8 snake evil beasts? It's all because of us. We should get some evil beast's blood, right? Xiao Niu sneered. Yes, Captain Xiao Niu is right. We should share a portion of the evil demon spirit blood. Someone said. However, some people shook their heads, still feeling that it was inappropriate. Humph, if you don't want the evil demon spirit blood, then we don't need to share the evil demon spirit blood with you. Xiao Niu snorted and rushed out to collect the evil demon spirit blood. More than a dozen of his subordinates also rushed out to collect the demon blood with Xiao Niu, while the others did not move. Although these people were tempted by the demon spirit blood, they couldn't bring themselves to do it. After all, Lu Ming and the others had just saved them. If they wanted to divide the spoils of war with Lu Ming's group in the blink of an eye, it would be too shameless. Captain, should we go up? Someone from the other team asked the captain. No one is allowed to go up. If anyone goes up, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Niu may be shameless, but I am. Said the captain coldly. His cold gaze swept over his team members. A few of them were originally very tempted and wanted to charge forward. However, when they were swept by his cold gaze, they immediately hesitated and didn't dare to charge forward. Lu Ming and the others naturally saw the actions of Xiao Niu and the others. Nests, shameless, really shameless. How dare they snatch the evil demon spirit blood from us? Damn it, we saved him. How dare they do this? Simply shameless. Ungrateful bastards. Many people in Lu Ming's team cursed loudly. Their voices spread far and wide. Xiaoniao and the others naturally heard them. Xiaoniao's face was very cold, but he didn't stop his actions. He was still collecting the evil demon's spirit blood quickly. He snorted in his heart. Mu Yun, sooner or later, I will make you pay back the shame you have inflicted on me 10 times over. I will make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Yes, not only was he not grateful to Lu Ming for saving him, but he also blamed Lu Ming for making him lose face. He regarded this as a great humiliation and must take revenge. They are really shameless. Let's go and slaughter them. In the crowd, Dandan gritted his teeth and said to Lu Ming. Don't worry, let them collect for a while. Since there is free labor, why not use it? Let's hunt the evil demons first. Don't let them run away. Lu Ming said. His face was always calm, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a flash of killing intent. Ha ha ha, I understand. Okay, let's wait. Dandan laughed. He had been with Lu Ming for so long, so he knew Lu Ming too well. He could read Lu Ming's thoughts from Lu Ming's expression. With Lu Ming's character, would he give up the benefits in his hands and let Xiaoniao take it for free? How naive. Continue to hunt the evil demons. Lu Ming roared, constantly urging the battle formation to hunt the evil demons. The sword chi swept across hundreds of thousands of miles. Large numbers of evil demons were killed, and their corpses fell to the ground like raindrops. Seeing that Lu Ming and the others did not come to stop them, Xiaoniao sneered. Humph, a coward. Sure enough, you dare not violate the rules of the heavenly palace and attack us. Xiaoniao sneered in his heart. He became bolder and kept collecting the evil demon's spiritual blood. The other dozen people did the same. They thought that Lu Ming and the others did not dare to say anything, so they sped up. Drops of evil demon's spiritual blood flew out of the evil demon's corpses and were collected by them. Among Xiaoniao's team, a few people could not resist the temptation and joined the crowd to collect the evil demon's spiritual blood. After a while, almost all the evil demons were killed. Of course, most of them escaped. After all, there were so many evil demons that they could not kill all of them. Naturally, a group of people would escape. At this time, Xiaoniao and the others had collected at least half of the evil demon's spiritual blood. It's about time. Xiaoniao nodded secretly. If possible, he wanted to collect all the evil demon's spiritual blood. However, if he went too far, he was really afraid that Lu Ming would go crazy. So, he wanted to quit while he was ahead and retreat. He moved, wanting to return to the team and then leave. Did I let you go? A cold voice sounded. Then, a powerful aura shrouded Xiaoniao and the others. Lu Ming stared coldly at Xiaoniao. The golden battle sword condensed by the battle formation was aimed at Xiaoniao and the others from a distance, as if it would launch a fatal blow at any time. Xiaoniao and the others stiffened and did not dare to move. Although he had the second-class celestial soldier armor, the energy in the armor had been depleted in the previous battle. It would take a while for the armor to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to recover. Without the second-class celestial soldier armor, he would definitely not be able to withstand the attack launched by Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 40-44. Xiaoniao looked at Lu Ming angrily and said, Mu Yun, what do you want? What do I want? Don't tell me you can't figure it out. This abyss devil spirit blood is mine. Now, hand it all over, said Lu Ming coldly. Xiaoniao and the others still wanted his evil demon's spirit blood. That was ridiculous. He had thought that Xiaoniao and the others were free labor so that he could find time to kill more evil demon's spirit blood. Mu Yun, you want to monopolize the evil demon's spirit blood. You're too greedy. If we hadn't risked our lives, you wouldn't have been able to defeat the evil demon's formation. Everyone has a share of the evil demon's spirit blood. The rest is yours, said Xiaoniao. I'll give you 10 seconds to hand over the evil demon's spirit blood. Lu Ming ignored Xiao Niu and looked at all the people who had collected the evil demon's spirit blood. Everyone's expression changed and they felt pressured. Don't worry about him. We collected it ourselves. Why should we give it to him? The Heavenly Palace has a rule that we can't kill each other. He won't dare do anything to us, said Xiao Niu, looking at Lu Ming coldly. The Heavenly Palace had a rule that heavenly soldiers couldn't kill each other. If he didn't hand over the evil demon's spirit blood, what could Lu Ming do to him? That's right, we won't hand it over. That's right. Let's see what he can do, shouted the others who had collected the evil demon's spirit blood. Then, they gathered around Xiao Niu. The evil demon's spirit blood had been left by evil demons of the 7th godly emperor layer and above. There were even many evil demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. How many merit points could they be worth? Merit points represented treasures and wealth. Asking them to hand over the evil demon's spirit blood was like cutting off their flesh and blood. Shameless. Shameless. Shit, I want to kill them, shouted Lu Ming's team members. They gnashed their teeth and stared at Xiao Niu and the others. Oh, is that so? Lu Ming whispered. The cold glint in his eyes intensified. Formation, rise. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted softly. What? Lu Ming's team members were stunned. Was Lu Ming going to activate the battle formation to deal with Xiao Niu and the others? However, this was a violation of the heavenly rules. I told you to activate the battle formation. Don't you understand? If anything happens, I'll take responsibility for it. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. Activate the battle formation. Rise. At this moment, everyone activated the battle formation. The golden sword light shone brightly, and the sword light traversed between heaven and earth. Mu Yun, what are you trying to do? You dare? You dare? Xiao Niu roared. Whoosh. A strand of golden sword chi swept out, tearing the void apart at an astonishing speed. Puff puff. Besides Xiao Niu, a few heavenly soldiers did not react at all. Their bodies were cut into several pieces, and even their souls did not escape. They died on the spot. Everyone was stunned. The people from the other team were stunned. Xiao Niu was also stunned. They did not expect that Lu Ming would actually dare to attack and kill a celestial soldier. One had to know that this was against the heavenly rules. Only death awaited those who violated the heavenly rules. Lu Ming actually dared to do this? He actually dared to do this? Where did he get the courage from? Xiao Niu's face changed. The faces of the other heavenly soldiers beside him also changed. They all turned pale. You dare? Xiao Niu stared at Lu Ming, and his face was covered in cold sweat. His body trembled slightly, and there was no longer the domineering and confident look in his eyes. There was only fear. What responded to him was a strand of golden sword chi. Whoosh. Next to Xiao Niu, a few more heavenly soldiers were killed on the spot. Do you think I dare or not? Lu Ming said coldly. Thump. Thump. Next to Xiao Niu, a few heavenly soldiers directly knelt on the ground and cried in a shrill voice, Captain Mu Yun, please have mercy. We're willing to hand over all the demon spirit blood. We're willing to hand over all the demon spirit blood. Please spare our lives. They were scared. They were really scared. Previously, they had relied on the heavenly rules to act unscrupulously, and they were sure that Lu Ming would not dare to do anything to them. They never expected that Lu Ming would be so bold and lawless. He was a demon. No, he was even more terrifying than a demon. He actually disregarded the heavenly rules and attacked them directly. This kind of person was too scary. Xiao Niu's body trembled even more, and he almost knelt down. Fear and regret. Now, he regretted it. If he had known that Lu Ming was so lawless, he would never have snatched the spoils from Lu Ming. Mu Yun, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I was just helping you collect the demon spirit blood so that you would have time to hunt demons. Since you're almost done hunting, I'll give you the demon spirit blood now. Xiaoniu hurriedly said. Oh, that's not what you said just now. Lu Ming said lightly. I was wrong just now. I was blinded by lard. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge against me. Please don't take it to heart. Xiaoniu shouted. In order to survive, he was going all out. He did not care about his reputation anymore. A man knew when to yield and when not to yield. As long as he was alive, he must report Lu Ming killing the heavenly soldiers and let Lu Ming die without a burial place. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Do you really think I'm that easy to talk to? Lu Ming said coldly. Since he had already attacked, he had no intention of letting Xiaoniu go. At this moment, Xiaoniu suddenly moved. He erupted with all his strength and grabbed a few heavenly soldiers beside him. He grabbed them and threw them to Lu Ming. Then, he retreated physically and mentally, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming had been watching Xiaoniu for a long time. How could he escape? Swoosh! Swoosh! In the void, streaks of golden sword light condensed and attacked Xiaoniu and the others. The golden sword light dispersed. Although its power was much weaker, it was more than enough to deal with Xiaoniu and the others. Pft pft, the heavenly soldiers were pierced by the sword chi and killed on the spot. Ah! Mu Yun, you'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. Xiaoniu shouted crazily. At the same time, he used all his strength to resist. Xiaoniu had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he could not use his second-class heavenly soldier armor. He could not resist the golden sword light at all. Poof! The golden sword light pierced through Xiaoniu's forehead. With a plop, Xiaoniu's corpse fell to the ground. There was no trace of qi left. At this point, all the heavenly soldiers who had tried to steal the demon spirit blood had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's team members looked very grave. After all, killing so many heavenly soldiers was against the rules of the heavens. They were very nervous. However, there were people who were more nervous than them. They were the other team members, including Xiaoniu and the others who had not tried to steal the demon's spirit blood. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them to silence them. The people of the other team had secretly activated their battle formation. After all, only a battle formation could compete with Lu Ming's battle formation. Chapter 40-45. However, although the other team operated the battle formation, they were not confident. Even if it was the same battle formation, it depended on the strength of the operator. The stronger the operator, the stronger the power. Moreover, they had gone through a fierce battle before and had not recovered at all. Even if they operated the battle formation, they were probably no match for Lu Ming and the others. The remaining members of Xiaoniu's team looked even worse. Cold sweat oozed from their faces and they quietly retreated. You'd better stay. Lu Ming looked at these people coldly. They immediately stopped and did not dare to move. Captain Mu, do you really want to kill us? Another captain asked. No, I don't want to kill you, and I don't kill innocent people. However, if we let you leave and spread what happened today, we will definitely be punished by the heavenly law. Lu Ming said. The eyes of Lu Ming's team members were filled with murderous intent. Although Lu Ming said that he would take responsibility for everything, they had used a battle formation to kill Xiaoniu and the others. Once the Heavenly Palace investigated, they would not be able to absolve themselves from the blame and could not stay out of it. We can swear on our life origin that we will never reveal what happened today. Another captain said. Yes, we swear on our life origin. The others also shouted. Okay, how about this, you swear on your life origin that if you reveal what happened today, you will immediately be attacked by the inner demons and your souls will be annihilated. Lu Ming said. Everyone's face changed slightly. This oath was extremely heavy. If it was leaked, they would probably be killed immediately. However, in this situation, they could only swear. Immediately, the people of the other team and the people left by Xiaoniu all swore on their life origin. Now, can we go? After taking the oath, the team leader looked at Lu Ming cautiously. Of course, please go ahead. Lu Ming smiled. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, those people moved one after another and left the place. All of a sudden, only Lu Ming's team was left. Everyone, I think we also need to swear on our life origin. It's not that we don't trust you. After all, this matter concerns our lives. Lu Ming's gaze swept across all the team members. Yes, Captain, I think so too. Yes, to be safe, let's swear. Lu Ming's team members all agreed. Now, they were in the same boat. If anyone leaked it out, they would die. Naturally, they all agreed to swear together. Immediately, Lu Ming was the first to swear, and then the others followed. After everyone had sworn their oaths, Lu Ming smiled and said, "Everyone is my brothers who have gone through life and death with me. We will share our blessings in the future. Now, let's start collecting the evil demon spirit blood. When we return, we will distribute it according to your contributions." Absolutely. It's so cool to follow Captain Yun. Speaking of the evil spirit blood, everyone's mood was lifted again. They then started to collect the evil spirit blood one by one. The evil spirit blood on Xiaoniu and the others was naturally collected by Lu Ming and the others. They became free labor and lost their lives. After putting away all of the Abyss Devil's spirit blood, they burned the corpses of Xiaoniu and the others to ashes. After all, Xiaoniu and the others were killed by their battle formation. If the big shots of the Heavenly Palace came to check, they would most likely find out. Therefore, destroying the bodies was the right way to go. Anyway, after the people of the Heavenly Palace were killed by the evil spirit blood, they would become the evil spirit blood's food. Only a few of them would have an intact corpse. After everything was done, Lu Ming and the others left. However, they had no plans to return to Nantian City for the time being. Previously, at least half of the evil spirits had escaped and were scattered all over the 8 Snake Mountains. Now, these evil spirits were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. It would be a pity if they didn't deal with them. With Dandan around, it was not difficult to find these evil spirits. For the next period of time, they hunted evil spirits in the 8 Snake Mountains. With Dandan around, these evil spirits could be found and killed even if they hid underground. A month later, Lu Ming and the others returned to Nantian City with a full harvest. Sure enough, after they returned to Nantian City, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace did not find trouble with them. Obviously, the news of them killing Xiaoniu and the others was not leaked. In fact, it was normal for some heavenly soldiers to die in the battle with the evil spirits. However, they had lost too many heavenly soldiers in the 8 Snake Mountains this time. Therefore, there were still people who asked Lu Ming and the others about the process of the 8 Snake Mountains. They all told the truth. Of course, they would not say that they killed Xiaoniu and the others. They only said that Xiaoniu and the others were killed in the battle with the evil spirits. Anyway, in the 8 Snake Demons Mountains, the number of heavenly soldiers killed by the evil spirits was not small. I didn't expect that a demon emperor would be born in the 8 Snake Demons Mountains. It's our negligence. Mu Yun, you did well. The heavenly generals blamed themselves a little and then praised Lu Ming. This matter was over just like that. After that, Lu Ming's team distributed the evil spirit blood according to the rules of the Heavenly Palace. Everyone had a good harvest and were all smiles. In Nantian City, they could not exchange the evil spirit blood for merit points. Only when they returned to Dream Sky City and went to the Well of Merit could they exchange it for merit points. However, as long as they had the evil spirit blood, wouldn't it be a matter of time before they could exchange it for merit points? On the other side of the city wall, in a large hall, some people were discussing. These people were all experts of the angel tribe. That Mu Yun is finally going to go out to hunt evil spirits. His time of death has come. A male angel said coldly. He was Lafitte. Previously, he went to the second grade area, 8 Snake Mountains. I received news that next time, He should go to the third grade area, Constellation Demon Island. Another angel said. Well, then, Constellation Demon Island will be his time of death. Lafitte said coldly. During this period, they did not give up on dealing with Lu Ming. It was just that when they were in Dream Sky City, due to the heavenly rules, they could not make a move. But here, they were going out to hunt evil spirits. This was their opportunity. How do we do it? Do we do it directly? If the news leaks out, it will be bad for us. After all, it's against the heavenly rules. Another young angel said. In the dark universe, there are many people who violate the heavenly rules and kill people. As long as there is no evidence, the higher-ups will turn a blind eye. Lafitte said. Indeed, these heavenly soldiers came from different races. It was normal for them to have grudges with each other. Although there were heavenly rules, killing each other secretly was unavoidable. Chapter 40-46. Therefore, as long as it didn't happen in Dream Sky City or Nantian City and didn't leave any obvious evidence, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Palace would turn a blind eye. As long as they did it cleanly, nothing would happen. That being said, there's a better way. Why not use it? One of the female angels said. You mean, the spirits of Nether? Raphael said. That's right. The female angel nodded. That's good. It'll save us a lot of trouble if the spirits of Nether do it. Raphael nodded. The spirits of Nether was a powerful race on the Eldritch Universe's 10,000 races list. This race was notorious in the Eldritch Universe because they loved to assassinate. And their success rate was extremely high. Every member of this race was a top-notch assassin. Many races in the universe wanted to destroy the spirits of Nether, but the spirits of Nether had the backing of the demons, one of the top 10 races. And there were rumors that many spirits of Nether were secretly working for the Heavenly Palace. So even though many races wanted to destroy the spirits of Nether, they didn't have the guts to do so. Finding the spirits of Nether to kill Lu Ming was a good idea. The angels discussed for a while, and then Raphael set off with a few people. In a very remote building in Nantian City, Raphael met an elder of the spirits of Nether. The old man's eyes were filled with a cold aura and killing intent. Angels, it's rare to see you here. What's the matter? The elder of the spirits of Nether said. His voice was cold and creepy. I'm here to kill someone. Raphael said. Oh. Who? The elder of the spirits of Nether asked. On the 33rd wall, a second-class heavenly soldier named Mu Yun. Raphael said. A second-class heavenly soldier must be the captain. He has his own team and can form a battle formation. He's not easy to deal with. The elder of the spirits of Nether frowned. A battle formation formed by a team was extremely powerful. If one wanted to kill such a person, they would have to send out an emperor god. However, in Nantian City, god emperors had god emperors' missions. Furthermore, god emperors usually went to high-level areas. The chances of them being in the same area as a second-class heavenly soldier were too low. You don't have to worry about the other party's battle formation. We already have a way to deal with it. We just need to bribe one of their members. When the time comes, as long as one person doesn't cooperate, it will be very difficult for their battle formation to succeed. Raphid said. The spirit of 9 Elder fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, Do you have any detailed information about Mu Yun? Let me see it. Of course. Lafitte nodded. A jade talisman appeared in his hand, and he passed it to the spirit of Clan's old man. The angels were already prepared. They had collected Lu Ming's information in a very comprehensive manner. The spirit of 9 old man took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. His expression immediately changed. This is a peerless monster who controls 2 great killing weapons. His strength is astonishing, and he also has a second-class celestial soldier armor. This kind of person is extremely difficult to kill. The spirit of 9 old man said. Lafitte snorted coldly in his heart. He knew that the spirit of 9 old man was making all sorts of excuses because he wanted a higher price. His great killing weapons and second-class celestial soldier armor are easy to deal with. We will provide the forbidden weapon domain seal. It can make his great killing weapons and second-class celestial soldier armor ineffective. At that time, he will be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Lafitte said. You are actually willing to take out the forbidden weapon domain seal. I really don't know how Mu Yun offended you. Hee hee. The spirit of 9 old man laughed a few times, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Alright, are you going to take it or not? If not, we will have to find someone else. Lafitte said. Of course, we will take it. A voice sounded. The one who spoke was not the spirit of 9 old man, but another person. Unknowingly, a young man had appeared in the room. It was a young spirit of 9. The pupils of Lafitte and the others shrank rapidly. They did not notice when this young spirit of 9 came in. Enxing, you are Enxing. You have also come to Nantian City? Then, Lafitte seemed to recognize the young spirit of 9 and cried out in surprise. This young man was called Enxing, and he was a very famous genius. This was because this person was also a candidate for the Universe Genius list. Although he was still young, his strength was extremely powerful and strange. Let me see. Enxing stretched out his hand and grabbed the jade talisman in the spirit of 9 old man's hand. He scanned it with his spiritual sense and an interested expression appeared on his face. A peerless monster. Good, very good. I love to kill monsters the most in my life. I will accept this mission. Leave the forbidden weapon domain seal behind. Enxing said. All right. Lafitte nodded and revealed a happy expression. With the help of the Dark Star, Lu Ming had no other choice but to die. However, don't be careless. Other than Mu Yun, he has a few companions beside him. They are also very strong. One is the genius of the world divine turtle race, and the other is the elf princess Ling Yue. Lafitte also introduced Dandan and Ling Yue in detail. Don't worry about this. We have our own ways. They are going to the Star Devil Island next, right? The 55th city wall I am on is not going to the Star Devil Island. I will need your angel race to do something about this. Enxing said. Don't worry about this. We will arrange it. We have provided so much. I hope you can succeed in one go. Lafitte said. In order to kill Lu Ming, they had spent a lot of money. They had even taken out the forbidden weapon domain seal. However, Lu Ming had a great killing weapon and a second-class heavenly soldier battle armor on him. There was nothing they could do about it. Both sides hit it off immediately. After discussing the details, Lafitte left. A peerless monster? Hee hee, become my stepping stone, become my spirit killer. Enxing sneered, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Ming and the others returned to Nantian City. After resting for about 7 days, they received a new order. This time, their target was the third-grade area, the Star Devil Island. The Star Devil Island was a third-grade area. Naturally, it was much more dangerous than the second-grade area. Therefore, all the members of the 33rd City Wall were mobilized. In addition, the experts of the other sections of the city wall were also mobilized. Furthermore, the first-class heavenly soldier commandant of each section of the city wall would personally head over to hold the line. Most of those who could become first-class heavenly soldiers were experts in the Divine Lord realm. Of course, there were also some who didn't have the cultivation of the Divine Lord realm but had accumulated merit points. However, there were only a few of them, and all of them were top-notch monsters. The first-class heavenly soldier Lu Daneng of the 33rd City Wall was a Divine Lord realm expert. In the third-grade area, there were Devil Lord realm demons. Therefore, the purpose of these Divine Lords was to deal with these Devil Lords. As for the demons below the Devil Lord realm, they would be left to Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 40-47. The Astral Demon Island was a third-level area. It was extremely dangerous. There were countless demons of the 7th godly emperor layer and above. There were many more demons than the 8 Snakes mountain range. Besides, the terrain of the astral demon island was completely different from the 8 Snakes mountain range. This was a vast and boundless lake. In the middle of the lake, there were many islands. They were like stars in the universe, which was why it was called the Astral Devil Island. On that day, a large number of celestial soldiers arrived at the outskirts of the Astral Demon Island. From afar, they couldn't see the end of the island. It was too vast. Lu Ming and the others were among the group of celestial soldiers. The people of the 33rd city wall were all there. Not only the 33rd city wall, there were also many people from the other city walls. When you enter the Astral Demon Island, you have to be careful. You have to form a battle formation. Besides, the demons of the 3rd level area are different from those of the 2nd level area. Some demons can't be judged by their cultivation level. Some demons are extremely strong. For example, some demons have the cultivation level of the 9th godly emperor layer, but they are much stronger than ordinary demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Danning warned them seriously. Everyone nodded and remembered Lu Danning's words. Let's go. A tall and sturdy man spoke. This person was the captain of another section of the city wall. He was a first-rate heavenly soldier and also a divine emperor expert. Let's go. The other captains nodded. Swoosh. 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 Their silhouettes flickered and they disappeared. They were heading towards the depths of the Astral Demon Island. Godly emperors had tasks for them. They had to eliminate the godly emperors of the Astral Demon Island. Let's go. Kill our way in and obtain the blood of the demons. The moment the various first-rate celestial soldiers left, the captains of the various sections of the city wall gave their orders one after another. They led their respective teams and charged towards the constellation Devil Island, disappearing into the vast constellation Devil Island. Lu Ming led his troops and rushed towards the Astral Demon Island. After entering the Starry Devil Island, all of them split up. Each of the captains led a group and flew off in different directions. The Astral Demon Island was extremely vast. They weren't afraid of stealing other people's demons. Swoosh. Swoosh. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. Not long after, an island appeared in front of them. If there was an island, there would usually be demons. They rushed towards the island. Bang bang bang, they had yet to reach the island when the lake water below exploded continuously. A large group of demons dashed out of the lake and charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Kill. Kill these heavenly palace people. Demonic chi soared to the sky, and demonic sabers, demonic swords, demonic claws, demonic lights, and the like covered the sky as they rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Battle formation. Lu Ming shouted. Fortunately, when they were flying earlier, the team was not in disarray. They were arranged according to the battle formation. At this moment, they could activate the battle formation in an instant. Following Lu Ming's shout, the battle formation was activated. Golden rays of light flashed out and transformed into a golden light shield, enveloping Lu Ming and the others. Boom! Boom! With a series of explosions, the attacks of these demons were all blocked by the light barrier. So many strong demons, at least 30 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's heart was pounding. As soon as the demons attacked, he could roughly sense their cultivation level. There were at least 30 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer, hundreds of demons of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer, and more than 3,000 demons of the 7th godly emperor layer. No wonder they were in the 3rd level area. This was only an island in the periphery of the constellation Demon Island, and surprisingly, there were so many strong cultivators. One could imagine how many strong demons were gathered on the constellation Demon Island. It was difficult to count the number of demons of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, these demons were no match for them at all. Needless to say, they had a combat formation. Even if they did not, Lu Ming could kill all these demons alone. Die. shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. Golden lights turned into a golden battle sword and swept across the sky. Slash! Blood splashed on the surface of the lake. In a flash, over 100 demons had been killed. Die! Die! Shouted Lu Ming extremely loudly. Golden sword lights flashed, and the demons couldn't compete with him. Their corpses fell like raindrops on the surface of the lake. They're too strong, hurry up and retreat. Let's go. The remaining demons panicked. They retreated frantically, wanting to escape. However, Lu Ming and the rest were in hot pursuit. After a round of fierce killing, at least 70% of the demons were killed. The remaining demons fled in all directions. Collect the demon's spirit blood. Don't panic, ordered Lu Ming. In this place, they had to maintain a battle formation at all times, otherwise, it would be dangerous. They started collecting the demon's spirit blood while maintaining a battle formation. At that moment, Lu Ming saw a large number of demons fly out of the island, but they weren't flying towards them, they were flying towards the depths of the constellation Demon Island. Obviously, those demons had been waiting to ambush them. When they realized that they couldn't compete with Lu Ming and the others, they started retreating. Lu Ming and the others didn't chase them, they continued collecting the demon's spirit blood. After a short time, they collected all the demon's spirit blood and flew towards the island. When they arrived, they didn't see any demons. All the demons had retreated, leaving behind an empty island. We've been discovered by the demons. Next, we have to be careful, Lu Ming warned. Then, they continued forward. Not long after, they saw another demon island. When they carefully approached it, they realized that this demon island was still empty and the demons had retreated. It seems that the demons have retreated to the depths, Ling Yue said. Perhaps they've retreated to a bigger island to meet up with the other demons to deal with us, Lu Ming added. This was normal. If he were in their shoes, he would do the same. Next, they continued forward. They passed by several islands in a row, but they didn't find any traces of the demons. Finally, after passing by 6 islands in a row, they found the 7th island. This island was very large. Its area was probably even larger than the previous 6 islands combined. And this island had demons. The Heavenly Palace's bastards are here. Set up the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. On the island in front, roars could be heard. Then, demonic energy soared into the sky, and demonic shadows appeared in the demonic energy. So many demons. Someone in Lu Ming's team exclaimed. It seems that the demons on the previous 6 islands have all retreated to this island. Another person said. As for Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yue, they looked at each other. It was the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array again. The 3 of them muttered in their hearts. Let's take a closer look, Lu Ming ordered. Chapter 40-48. Lu Ming and the rest approached the island and discovered that there were many devil figures on the island. Their devil chi towered up into the sky, and experts were as common as the clouds. It was unknown how many powerful devils there were. These devils laid down the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation, forming several gigantic devil figures that stood in the 4 corners of the island. The people from the desolate universe are here. Kill them. Kill. When Lu Ming and the rest approached, the devils on the island discovered Lu Ming. All of them roared and controlled the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation to attack Lu Ming and the rest. Swish! A gigantic devil figure wielding a devil saber slashed down at Lu Ming, exuding towering devil might. Retreat. Lu Ming immediately gave the order and they quickly retreated to the back to avoid this attack. The space trembled as another powerful devil figure rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming and the rest retreated again, increasing the distance between them. The devils no longer pursued them and retreated back to the island. Dandan, I'll leave this to you. Lu Ming spoke to Dandan. No problem. Dandan laughed. His figure flickered in the air as he started to set up the formation. He had already broken the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation a few times and could be considered familiar with it. The speed at which he set it up was extremely fast. Not long after, Dandan's figure returned. Done. Dandan laughed confidently. Brothers and sisters, let's kill the devils. Lu Ming spoke. Ha ha ha, kill the devils. Kill. Lu Ming's group members all cheered loudly. They also knew that Dandan's Tao of formations was extremely strong. Previously, he had broken the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation. Hence, they were extremely confident this time around. They formed a battle formation and rushed towards the island again. On the island, the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation was activated. Several gigantic devil figures rushed towards Lu Ming and the rest. Rise! At that moment, Dandan attacked. Runes filled the sky, forming a huge battle. Countless runes filled the void, causing the fiend devil's myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation to tremble, revealing a flaw. According to Dandan's instructions, Lu Ming and the others launched an attack. The golden sword light slashed at a huge demonic shadow. With a deafening boom, the demonic shadow was disintegrated. Many abyss devils had perished inside. Lu Ming and the others didn't stop there. They continued to operate the formation and charged towards the second gigantic demonic shadow. The second gigantic demonic shadow also couldn't escape the fate of being defeated. Bang! Bang! Following a series of explosions, the remaining gigantic demonic shadows were blown apart one after another. The 10,000 demons god slaughtering array was broken. Without the 10,000 demons god slaughtering grand formation, these abyss devils weren't a match for Lu Ming and the others. They were killed by Lu Ming and the others as if they were vegetables. Their corpses fell into the lake like raindrops. Just as Lu Ming and the others were hunting the abyss devils, there were a few cold eyes staring at Lu Ming and the others in the dark. One of them was the peerless monster of the spirits of Yin and Xing. The others were also experts of the spirits of Yin. They can actually break the myriad devil god slaughtering grand formation of the abyss devils. One of the spirits of Yin let out a shocked voice. However, it was a voice transmission and didn't spread out. It's that world's divine turtle. That should be a rare monster among the divine turtles of the world. His attainments in runic formations are actually so strong. Interesting, interesting. Remember, we have to keep this world's divine turtle for us to use. Also, that elf princess Ling Yue is quite strong. Don't kill her. I want to keep her by my side and make her my plaything. And Xing opened his mouth, his eyes burning with passion. He didn't want to kill Dandan and Ling Yue. Needless to say, Ling Yue's strength and appearance moved his heart. And Dandan's attainments in runic formations also moved his heart. If they could bring Dandan with them, then the speed of hunting abyss devils in this dark universe would be at least 10 times faster. With Dandan, they wouldn't have to be afraid of the 10,000 demons god slaughtering grand formation of the abyss devils or other great formations. Hunting abyss devils represented merit points. Merit points represented treasures and strength. I didn't expect that I would make such a discovery on this trip to kill Mu Yun. Not bad, not bad. And Xing was very satisfied. However, he didn't plan to make a move now. If they made a move now, even if they could kill Lu Ming and the others, they themselves would become the target of the abyss devils. They had to wait until there were no abyss devils before making a move. Kill, the more abyss devils you kill, the better. In any case, these spoils of war will be mine sooner or later. Dark Star sneered. The hunt continued. Very quickly, more than half of the abyss devils on the island were killed by Lu Ming and the others. The rest scattered and fled in all directions. Then, Lu Ming and the others began to collect the abyss devil's spirit blood. While collecting the abyss devil's spirit blood, they maintained their formation and were on guard against any sneak attacks from the abyss devils. However, all the abyss devils here had escaped. Even when they were about to finish collecting the abyss devil's spirit blood, no abyss devils had attacked them. At this moment, who is it? Lu Ming suddenly shouted coldly as he stared in a certain direction. His eyes were bright and filled with killing intent. The other members of Lu Ming's team looked in that direction curiously, because there was nothing there. What did Lu Ming discover? If you don't come out, don't blame me for making a move. Lu Ming shouted coldly again. It wasn't that Lu Ming had discovered something, but that the Bone Devil had discovered something. Just now, the Bone Devil had told Lu Ming that there should be a creature hiding in that direction, spying on them. Lu Ming didn't discover it himself, but he naturally didn't doubt the Bone Devil, so he immediately reprimanded the Bone Devil. There was a ripple in that place, and then, 3 figures suddenly appeared. I didn't expect your spiritual sense to be so sharp that you could discover our existence. You're really amazing. A young man said coldly. These 3 people were naturally the 3 spirits of Een experts, including Dark Star. The one who spoke was Dark Star. At this moment, there was some surprise in Dark Star's eyes. There was almost no race in the entire primitive universe that could compare with their concealment skills. Logically speaking, Lu Ming and the others shouldn't have discovered them. However, the fact was that Lu Ming had discovered them. What a wonderful concealment skill. Lu Ming's pupils shrank slightly. He was also very shocked. Because he didn't discover it at all. If it wasn't for the Bone Devil, he wouldn't have known that there were experts hiding behind him. This was a very dangerous sign. You are from the spirits of Een race. At this moment, Ling Yue opened her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. Spirits of Een race. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The spirits of Een race was a notorious race in the universe. He had naturally heard of it before. They aren't moving as a team, but as a few people. There's only one explanation for this situation, and that is, they want to assassinate someone. Their target is most likely us. Dandan also spoke. Chapter 40-49. Hee, you guys guessed right. Our target is you guys. Dark Star smiled and directly admitted it, appearing very confident. We are all heavenly soldiers. If you Een spirits want to assassinate us, this is against the rules of the heavens. Ling Yue shouted. As long as you all die, who knows how you died? Dying at the hands of demons is too normal. Dark Star sneered. Then, a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was very strange. It was as if it had no color, as if it was transparent. It was a transparent sword, but it emitted a terrifying aura. This was a great killing weapon. It was a top-notch weapon of mass destruction. Kill! Dark Star shouted coldly and stabbed out with his sword. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have quieted down. Even the surging lake had calmed down. In the world, there was only a terrifying invisible sword shadow that charged towards Lu Ming. Battle formation. Lu Ming shouted, wanting to activate the battle formation to deal with Dark Star. However, just as he was activating the battle formation, Lu Ming discovered that the battle formation was not operating smoothly. Just as the golden sword light was about to condense, it collapsed with a loud bang. This is bad. The expressions of Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others changed drastically. At this time, there was actually a problem with the battle formation. At this time, Lu Ming wanted to take out the Zephyr Pearl and the Ice Xian Rod to block, but it was already too late. It was already too late. At the critical moment, Lu Ming could only activate the Heavenly Soldier battle armor on his body. Bang! The Heavenly Soldier battle armor lit up and a layer of light floated out. Just as the light barrier appeared, the sword light had already slashed onto the light barrier. With a bang, the light barrier shook and successfully blocked the sword light. A second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor could block the full-strength attack of a first-level Divine Emperor. Although the power of Dark Star's sword was extremely strong, it had not reached the attack power of a Divine Emperor. After blocking this sword, the Zephyr Pearl and the Ice Xian Rod appeared in Lu Ming's hands at the same time. As for Ling Yue, a bloodied elven king bow also appeared in her hands. You traitor! Dandan roared angrily. Lu Ming's gaze also swept over. A figure broke away from Lu Ming's group and rushed towards Darkstar's group. Traitor. Needless to say, everyone understood that there was a traitor among them. That was why the battle formation didn't operate smoothly and didn't operate successfully. The battle formation of the Heavenly Palace was complementary to each other. It required 50 people to work together to activate it successfully. If one person did not cooperate, or if one person was missing, it would be difficult for the battle formation to operate successfully. This was also the weakness of this battle formation. Once it was activated, its power would be extremely great. However, if one of them died, the battle formation would not be able to be activated. They were all interconnected, and not a single one could be missing. This was also why Lu Danning had repeatedly warned them not to split up and to maintain their formation. It was a young man who had seemed very honest and had always followed Lu Ming's lead. Who would have thought that he would betray Lu Ming at the critical moment? Soon, the young man came to Darkstar's side and heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he knew how terrifying Lu Ming's group was. However, when he came to Darkstar's side, he finally felt at ease. Well done. Darkstar smiled at the young man. Thank you for your praise, young Master Darkstar. This is what I should do. The young man nodded and bowed with a flattering look. Darkstar nodded. Suddenly, the sword in his hand shot out and pierced toward the young man. The young man did not expect Darkstar to suddenly attack him. He couldn't dodge at all. With a puff, his glabella was pierced by the sword and his soul was instantly annihilated. You, the young man instinctively widened his eyes and stared at Darkstar in disbelief. Clearly, he did not expect Darkstar to suddenly attack and kill him. I've always believed that only a dead person is the safest. As long as you're dead, his battle formation will definitely be broken. Also, if you're dead, the news won't be leaked. Rest in peace. Darkstar said coldly. With a splash, the young man's corpse fell into the lake. From the beginning, Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He did not have the slightest bit of sympathy for a traitor who had been killed. I really want to know, who sent you to kill me? Lu Ming asked. You don't need to know that. Darkstar said. Even if you don't say it, I can guess. It must be the Angel clan, right? Lu Ming said, his eyes fixed on the Darkstar. Darkstar's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Ming knew that he had guessed correctly. His team member had obviously been bribed by the Angel clan. Even if you have guessed correctly, so what? Today, you are doomed. Darkstar said coldly. His murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. The other two spirits of Yin clan's experts were also releasing murderous intent. Do you think that you can kill me? Lu Ming said coldly. He could already see that Darkstar's cultivation level was at the 4th Divine Emperor layer. The other two spirits of Yin clan's experts were at the 6th Divine Emperor layer. With such cultivation level, even if they were peerless geniuses, Lu Ming would not be afraid. The three of you want to kill us? You're really courting death. Dandan shouted furiously. His eyes were filled with hostility. Is that so? Darkstar sneered and a talisman appeared in his hand. Bang! And Xing crushed the seal in his hand. Then, an invisible ripple spread out. In an instant, an area of 100,000 miles was enveloped by this invisible ripple. That's the Forbidden Weapon Domain Talisman. Ling Yuwei's expression changed drastically. It's the Forbidden Weapon Domain Talisman. Lu Ming's expression also changed. He immediately activated the Zephyr Bead, but he realized that the connection between him and the Zephyr Bead had been cut off. He could not draw out the Zephyr Bead. Then, he tried to control the Ice Xian Rod, but there was no movement from the Ice Xian Rod, as if it was also blocked by some kind of power. Not only that, the second-class Heavenly Soldier battle armor on his body actually began to shrink, fusing into his body and disappearing. Under the Forbidden Weapon Domain, no divine armament could be controlled. My battle armor. My divine armament can't be used either. The others also cried out in alarm, their expressions ugly. Similarly, Ling Yuwei's blood-stained elven king bow could not be used either. Mu Yun, your only reliance is the second-class heavenly soldier battle armor and 2 great killing weapons. Now, you can't even use them under the forbidden weapon domain. What else can you rely on? Dark Star sneered. The transparent killing weapon in his hand also disappeared. Under the forbidden weapon domain, our divine armament can't be used, but your divine armament can't be used either. Are you so confident that you can kill me? Lu Ming said. Yes, the forbidden weapon domain did not distinguish between friend and foe. As long as one was within the range of the forbidden weapon domain, no matter which side it was, they would be affected and unable to use their divine armament. Chapter 40-50. Without the ultimate weapon, it's more than enough for me to kill you. And Xing said indifferently, revealing his strong confidence. He clenched his fist and condensed his divine force into a long sword. Sharp sword chi whizzed out and cut the space apart. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll kill Mu Yun myself. And Xing instructed the other 2 spirits of Yin experts. As soon as his voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared not far away from Lu Ming and stabbed his sword towards Lu Ming's glabella. Without the ultimate weapon, you'll be the one to die. Lu Ming snorted coldly. His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He appeared on the right side of Xing and slashed his palm down like a knife. However, Xing quickly changed his move. The sword gleam pierced to the right in an instant and collided with Lu Ming's palm. There was a loud bang and the force spread in all directions. Both of them retreated at the same time. What a strong force. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This Xing's strength was really strong. Lu Ming estimated that Xing should have the strength to fight someone who was 4 levels higher than him in the Divine Emperor realm. No wonder this person was so confident that he could kill Lu Ming without the ultimate weapon. After all, his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Your strength. What Xing didn't know was that he was even more shocked. His strength was 1 level higher than Lu Ming. His move just now was actually a draw with Lu Ming. Didn't that mean that Lu Ming could fight someone who was 5 levels higher than him? How could he be so strong? Interesting, really interesting. I haven't killed such a monster before. Mu Yun, I'll definitely kill you. In the next moment, Xing's eyes were filled with madness. He roared, Spirit of Yin Assassin, come out. Buzz. Dark Star's body emitted a strong wave of energy. Black doors of light flickered. Following that, a few figures flashed out from the light. There were a total of 7 figures. However, these 7 figures weren't from the same clan. They seemed to be from 7 different clans. They looked very young and lifelike. One of them was actually from the Elf clan. Ling Hai, so Ling Hai was killed by you. Ling Yuwei shouted, her figure revealing a look of anger. Ling Hai used to be a top genius of the Elf clan. He was able to fight someone who was 3 levels above him in the Divine Emperor realm. His future was limitless. However, a few hundred years ago, when Ling Hai went out to train, he disappeared without a trace. From the looks of it, Ling Hai had died in the hands of Dark Star. Ha ha ha, that's right. Ling Hai did die in my hands and became one of my Yin spirit assassins. The rest of you are also qualified to become my Yin spirit assassins. Especially you, Mu Yun. It's your honor to become my Yin spirit assassin and fight for me. And Xing laughed maniacally. At the same time, the 7 figures all rushed toward Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The nether spirit assassin that he cultivated required extremely powerful geniuses. This was because the nether spirit assassin could grow with him. The more talented the nether spirit assassin was, the faster it would grow and the stronger it would be. Lu Ming was too suitable. A look of disgust appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. He had already seen through Xing's cultivation method. It was incomparably cruel and disgusting. Battle character art, 6 times battle strength. At this moment, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 6 times. His entire body emitted a hazy light as he activated all kinds of secret techniques in his cells. With a wave of his hand, 7 demonic swords formed and charged toward the 7 Een spirit assassins. It was the great demonic sword technique. At the same time, Lu Ming charged toward Enxing. At this moment, Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the limit. Come, sinister 18 kills. Enxing roared and also burst out with his full strength. He charged toward Lu Ming. Sword shadows crisscrossed, cutting out terrifying sword scars in the void. Boom! 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 The two of them continuously collided and launched an intense battle. For a moment, there was no clear victor. Enxing indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. At this moment, he had burst out with his full strength, and his battle strength had actually increased by a level. Lu Ming estimated that even if Enxing didn't have the strength to fight across 5 levels, he still had the strength to fight across 4.5 levels. As for Lu Ming, when he used his full strength, he could fight across 5.5 levels. Lu Ming's cultivation just happened to be 1 level lower than his opponent's, so the two of them actually fought to a draw. While the two of them were fighting, the other 2 Een spirit race experts also charged toward Ling Yue, Dandan, and the others. Kill! Ling Yue shouted as a towering tree appeared behind her. A battle bow also appeared in her hand. This wasn't a divine weapon, but her origin secret technique. Swoosh! An arrow pierced through the air and shot toward one of the Een spirit race experts. Clang! The arrow collided with the sword of the Een spirit race expert. The sword in the Een spirit race expert's hand trembled incessantly, and his pouncing figure also stopped. The Een spirit race expert revealed a look of shock. His attack had actually been blocked by Ling Yue. One had to know that he had the cultivation of the 6th Divine Emperor layer, and was a top monster. He could fight across 2.5 levels, and killing an existence of the 8th Divine Emperor layer would be easy. And Ling Yue, who was only at the 4th Divine Emperor layer, was actually able to block his attack. Could it be that Ling Yue could fight across 4.5 levels? This was too terrifying. Wasn't this level of monster about the same as Enxing? There weren't many monsters of this level in the entire desolate universe, right? However, while this spirit of 9 Een expert was blocked, the other spirit of 9 Een expert was unstoppable. He charged over, his sword turning into a sword shadow. With a stab, 5 people were pierced through the forehead by the sword chi and died on the spot. Run! The others shouted in fear and turned to run. Without the battle formation, Lu Ming's team members were no match for these Een spirit race assassins. Only Dandan relied on the formation to block this person's attack. You want to leave? You're all going to die. This spirit of Een Yang expert attacked continuously. Sword light flashed, and every time his sword stabbed out, more than 1 person would be killed. In a flash, more than 10 people died at his hands. Spare me, I'm willing to rely on you. Spare me, I'm willing to cooperate with you to kill Mu Yun. Some people were so scared that they directly begged for mercy, betraying Lu Ming on the spot. These people didn't have any deep friendship with Lu Ming. On one hand, they were under Lu Ming's command because of the Heavenly Palace's arrangement, and on the other hand, they wanted to earn merit points. Now that they were facing a life and death crisis, of course, they directly betrayed Lu Ming. Damn traitor! Shouted Dandan furiously. Runes surrounded his body, forming a great formation, blocking the attacks of the Een spirit race expert. At the same time, there were runes constantly filling the air and disappearing into the void. Die for me. The Een spirit race expert didn't intend to let them go at all because the news of them killing Lu Ming and the others couldn't be exposed. Chapter 4051. From the very beginning, the spirits of Een race had never planned to let Lu Ming's team go. This was because only the dead would not leak the news. For safety's sake, it was best to get rid of all of them. Swoosh! Swoosh! Sword shadows tore through the air, each of them emitting a terrifying might. In Lu Ming's team, other than Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan, no one else was able to block a single move. Every time the sword's shadow slashed out, a person would fall. Run! The rest of the people fled in all directions in fear. However, that Spirits of Een race expert was shockingly fast. He could barely see him, and only sword light could be seen flashing in the air. Every time it flickered, a person would be killed. At this time, Dandan quickly approached Ling Yue. At the same time, runes were constantly emitting from his body, rushing into the air and disappearing. Ling Yue continued to exchange blows with the Spirits of Een race expert. Ling Yue had already shot out 10 arrows, but they were all blocked by the Spirits of Een race expert. However, the Spirits of Een race expert was also unable to do anything to Ling Yue. He was unable to get close to Ling Yue, and the two of them were in a stalemate. "Let me help you," Dandan shouted. With a wave of his hand, countless runes filled the air, transforming into chains that wrapped around the Spirits of Een race expert. However, the Spirits of Een race expert was extremely agile. With a continuous flash, he dodged the chains formed by Dandan's formation. At this time, the rest of Lu Ming's team had all been killed, and their corpses fell onto the surface of the lake. After killing these people, the Spirits of Een race expert returned and joined forces with another Spirits of Een race expert to attack Ling Yue and Dandan. Great Array, rise! Densely packed runes appeared in the air as Dandan continued to tap the air. This was the formation he had set up earlier. The more time one spent setting up a formation, the stronger the formation would be. This formation was clearly stronger than the one Dandan had casually set up. Roar, roar, roar. Countless runes interweaved into a large formation, condensing into huge golden crocodiles that pounced towards the two Spirits of Een experts. The attacks of the two Spirits of Een experts were immediately blocked by the golden crocodiles. As for Ling Yue, she would shoot out an arrow from time to time. Each arrow was extremely powerful and could threaten the lives of two Spirit of Een clan experts. The two Spirit of Een clan experts had no choice but to focus on dealing with it. In this way, Dandan and Ling Yue were in a stalemate with the two Spirit clan experts. On the other side, Lu Ming and Enxing were also in a deadlock. The two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Damn it! Lu Ming watched his own team members being killed one by one. Although they didn't have any friendship with each other, and some of them had even targeted him before, it still made Lu Ming's murderous intent reach its peak. His eyes were also extremely cold. He had to kill Dark Star and the others. Actually, Dark Star and the others were also roaring in their hearts. Obviously, the strength of Lu Ming and the others had completely exceeded their expectations. He didn't expect that after breaking Lu Ming and the others' formation and using the forbidden weapon domain to block Lu Ming and the others' killing weapons, Lu Ming and the others were actually this powerful with just their own strength. Lu Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations. Dandan and Ling Yue's strength was the same. Originally, he was completely confident, but he didn't expect that there would be a stalemate. Kill, kill, kill. Today, we must kill these people. And Xing roared in his heart as he attacked with all his might. However, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. 3 ancient secret techniques were casually used, and they were incomparably mysterious, completely blocking his attacks. For a moment, it was difficult to determine the victor between the two of them. Lu Ming, can you stall that guy for a while? At this moment, Dandan secretly transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's gaze moved slightly as he said, "You want to set up a formation?" "That's right. As long as you give me some time, I will be able to set up a powerful formation. It will be enough for us to escape." Dandan replied with a sound transmission. "No, I want you to set up a formation to trap the enemy. I want all these people to stay here." Lu Ming replied, his voice extremely cold. Are you confident in dealing with that guy?" "That guy is very troublesome," Dandan said. That guy was naturally referring to Dark Star. "I've already found this guy's flaw," Lu Ming said. "Alright, let's do it." Don't worry, I will set up a great formation to trap the enemy. Dandan replied, revealing an excited expression. As he spoke, runes appeared on his skin, pores, and even his mouth and hair. He had already begun to set up a formation. This guy was like the incarnation of runes. His speed of setting up a formation far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he continued to attack, fighting with Dark Star. As for Ling Yue and Dandan, it was obvious that they had already discussed this beforehand. They were focused on defense and looked as if they couldn't hold on any longer. This way, the spirits of Enrich saw hope. You two, hurry up and deal with that turtle and the elf princess. Right now, I don't want them alive, just kill them. After dealing with them, help me kill Mu Yun. Dark Star sent a sound transmission to the two spirits of Enrich experts. He really had no other choice. Lu Ming's battle prowess had far exceeded his expectations. He realized that he really couldn't deal with Lu Ming by himself. He could only wait for the other two spirits of Enrich experts to deal with Ling Yue and Dandan and help him deal with Lu Ming together. Don't worry. The two spirits of Enrich experts replied as they used all their strength to attack with all their might. However, what made them depressed was that they felt that Dandan and Ling Yue couldn't hold on any longer and were on the verge of collapse. After they attacked with all their might for a period of time, Dandan and Ling Yue were still on the verge of collapse, but they still didn't fall. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Dark Star had exchanged a few hundred moves. The two monstrous geniuses had exchanged a few hundred moves, causing the world to darken and the sun and moon to lose their light. Damn it! Dark Star roared. The one who deserves to die is you. Now, let's finish you off. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke coldly. Because just now, Dandan had sent him a sound transmission that the formation had already been set up. Mu Yun, I admit that you are very strong. Your strength is not weaker than mine, but if you want to kill me, dream on. Dark Star sneered. He admitted that he couldn't kill Lu Ming, but it was also impossible for Lu Ming to kill him. He was very confident in this point. Is that so? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer, and then, he suddenly charged towards one of the Een spirit assassins of Dark Star. Previously, the 7 Een spirit assassins of Dark Star had been working together with Dark Star to attack Lu Ming, but they were all blocked by Lu Ming with various methods. At this moment, Lu Ming rushed towards the Een spirit assassin, but the door was wide open. He's really courting death. Dark Star's eyes lit up. In his opinion, Lu Ming's move was a stupid move, and he was courting death. Chapter 4052. Lu Ming actually rushed towards another spirit assassin and exposed a flaw. He was simply courting death. And Xing's eyes revealed a ferocious light as he roared, "Die!" Puff! The nether spirit assassin had a pitch-black dagger in his hand. The dagger cut through the void and directly pierced towards Lu Ming's dantian. Puff! The dagger accurately pierced Lu Ming's dantian and directly pierced a hole through Lu Ming's dantian. Ha ha ha, let's see how you will die. And Xing laughed crazily. Is that so? At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly. His face was still very calm, as if the person whose dantian was pierced by the dagger wasn't him. The smile on Xing's face disappeared and was replaced by a shocked expression. You, just as Xing was about to speak, Lu Ming attacked. He punched out and hit the nether spirit assassin. With a bang, the nether spirit assassin's body directly exploded. Under the effect of the great shattering art and the great divine wind art, it turned into powder. A nether spirit assassin was killed. Damn it, how can you be fine? How can your dantian be fine? And Xing shouted hysterically. That nether spirit assassin had clearly pierced Lu Ming's dantian. One should know that the dantian was a vital point. The star, condensed by the Divine Emperor realm, was in the dantian. In his opinion, that move just now could directly shatter the star in Lu Ming's dantian and completely cripple Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was completely fine. He had defeated his nether spirit assassin in one move. This made him unable to wrap his head around it. Of course, he couldn't figure it out. The forbidden body didn't have a star in the dantian. There was no vital point in the body. Even the head wasn't a vital point. Therefore, even though he had pierced Lu Ming's dantian, it didn't affect Lu Ming at all. Nothing is impossible. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Using the great divine wind art, his body moved like the wind and attacked Enching, heavenly chief killing sword. Dark Star let out a long howl and thrust out a stunning sword strike towards Lu Ming. Boom! Enching's longsword collided with Lu Ming's palm, causing a violent explosion. But this time, Enching's body violently trembled and he was forced to retreat. His face was somewhat pale. This time, he was actually at a disadvantage. One had to know that previously, he and Lu Ming were evenly matched when they clashed head-on. Sure enough, this guy's strength is related to the Een Spirit Assassin. He can get the bonus of the Een Spirit Assassin's strength. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. In fact, after exchanging dozens of blows, he had already noticed something fishy and had a guess in his heart. With his taboo power, he could have used the method of mutual destruction to get rid of the Dark Spirit Assassin from the Dark Star. However, Dandan had sent him a voice transmission at that time. Thus, he decided to stall the Dark Spirit Assassin until now. Now that Dandan had successfully set up the array formation, Lu Ming naturally did not want to tangle with the other party. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the other 6 Een Spirit Assassins attacked Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming waved his palm like a knife and blasted out 6 blows in a row. He exchanged 1 blow with each of the 6 Een Spirit Assassins. Originally, there were 7 Een Spirit Assassins. Now that there was 1 less, their combat strength was naturally weaker. After exchanging 1 blow with Lu Ming, they all retreated a few steps. Swoosh! Lu Ming directly rushed towards one of the Een Spirit Assassins and attacked with all his might. He completely ignored the Een Spirit Assassin's attack. Puff! The Een Spirit Assassin's attack pierced through the Een Spirit Assassin's heart. However, Lu Ming acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to attack and bombarded the Een Spirit Assassin. With a boom, the Een Spirit Assassin followed in the footsteps of the previous Een Spirit Assassin. He was blasted into pieces by Lu Ming and was completely destroyed. You, how is this possible? Enching roared. Kill. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. His attacks were like a storm as he attacked the other Een Spirit Assassins. With 1 less Een Spirit Assassin, he was even less of a match for Lu Ming and was blasted back. Lu Ming stared at another Een Spirit Assassin and attacked. He still opened his array formation wide and did not look like he was defending. I don't believe it. Kill, kill, kill. Enching roared. Under his control, the Een Spirit Assassin attacked Lu Ming crazily. This time, the Een Spirit Assassin attacked Lu Ming's head. Puff! A long sword pierced through Lu Ming's forehead and penetrated Lu Ming's head. Let's see how you're going to die this time. Enching roared. No matter who it was, the head was definitely a vital point. It was the place where one's soul was stored. If the head was damaged, even if one didn't die, he would be seriously injured. But at the next moment, Enching's eyes widened rapidly, revealing an expression of horror and disbelief. Because Lu Ming was completely fine. With a punch, he blew up the 3rd Een Spirit Assassin. And the wound between Lu Ming's eyebrows was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Monster, you're a monster, you, Enching roared hysterically. Dantian, heart, and head. These 3 vital points had been pierced, but Lu Ming was still fine. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming said coldly. The taboo energy in his body boiled. A large number of ordinary secret techniques erupted, turning into a dazzling light that merged with the taboo energy. Then, they blasted toward Enching and the remaining 4 Een Spirit Assassins. and Xing hurriedly tried to block. However, without the support of the 3 Yin spirit assassins, Xing was no longer a match for Lu Ming. His combat strength was weaker than Lu Ming's. He and the 4 Yin spirit assassins were blasted back by Lu Ming. Puff! Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. As for the 4 Yin spirit assassins, although they wouldn't spit out blood, their bodies were injured to varying degrees. Lu Ming didn't give him a chance to breathe at all. Like a gust of wind, he charged toward Xing and attacked continuously. His attacks were like a storm, crushing toward Xing. Xing tried to block continuously, but he couldn't block at all. After a few moves, his face turned pale and he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. He could only control the Yin spirit assassins to block Lu Ming's attacks at this moment. After a few moves, another Yin spirit assassin was killed by Lu Ming. Only 3 Yin spirit assassins were left. Xing's heart was bleeding. He had spent a lot of effort to get these Yin spirit assassins. Each of them was a peerless monster. It wasn't easy to gather 7 peerless monsters, but now, 4 of them were killed by Lu Ming in just a short while. Without 4 Yin spirit assassins, his combat strength would drop by a lot. In a battle of the same level, he might not be a match for the other universe's genius candidates. Young Master Xing. Damn it. The other 2 Yin spirit race experts wanted to save Xing, but how could Dandan and Ling Yue let them succeed? Dandan continuously activated several large arrays. One large array condensed countless sword lights. One large array condensed countless golden alligators. One large array condensed countless chains. Chapter 4053. Dandan continuously activated several large arrays, either attacking or trapping the enemy, firmly entangling the 2 spirit of Yin experts. At the same time, the one who posed the greatest threat was still Ling Yue. From time to time, she would shoot an arrow, specifically targeting the flaws of the 2 spirit of Yin experts. The 2 spirit of Yin experts had to pay 120% of their attention to deal with it, otherwise, if they were careless, they would be pierced by the arrow. They wanted to save Dark Star, but for a moment, they were powerless. Unknowingly, the situation of the battle had tilted towards Lu Ming's side. Dark Star, today, this place will be your burial ground. I will take your head and offer it to my team members. Lu Ming said coldly. Like a berserk Tyrannosaurus Rex, he charged towards Dark Star. Wherever his body passed, the void would be torn apart, creating sinister cracks. Mu Yun, you want to kill me? Dream on. Today, I admit that I have failed, but next time, I will not let such a situation happen. You are destined to die in my hands, and I will make you my strongest spirit of Yin assassin. Dark Star roared, and then retreated explosively. He wanted to leave. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with Lu Ming. Instead, he would put himself in danger. You want to leave? Is that possible? Lu Ming sneered, and used the Great Divine Wind technique to the extreme. Like a gust of wind, he chased after Dark Star. Dark Star was already injured, and his speed was slower than Lu Ming's. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had caught up to him. Boom! Lu Ming attacked with all his might, and all sorts of methods burst out. Great Divine Wind technique, Great Shattering technique, Great Devil Sword technique, all sorts of attacks turned into a torrent of attacks that crushed towards Dark Star. Block it for me. Dark Star's eyes revealed a ruthless look as he directly controlled a spirit of Yin assassin to charge towards Lu Ming. No matter how precious a spirit of Yin assassin was, it was still a worldly possession. How could it be compared to his life? As long as he was still alive, there would always be a spirit of Yin assassin. He wanted to use the Nether Spirit Assassin to block Lu Ming's attack and help him escape. As long as he could escape the range of the Imperial Armament Domain, he would be able to use his great killing weapon. At the same time, he was also a second-rate heavenly soldier. Thus, he would be able to use his second-rate heavenly soldier battle armor. With these 2 divine weapons, Lu Ming would never be able to kill him. As long as he could get away, he would take revenge like crazy and let Lu Ming know the consequences of offending him. Yes, he was the one who wanted to kill Lu Ming first. In the end, he failed to kill Lu Ming. In his heart, it was Lu Ming who had offended him. Bang. Another nether spirit assassin was killed by Lu Ming. As such, there were only 2 spirit assassins left by Dark Star's side. Another nether spirit assassin rushed towards Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Dark Star had calculated correctly. As long as this nether spirit assassin blocked him, he would have enough time to rush out of the range of the Imperial armament domain. His calculation was correct. Under Lu Ming's full attack, this nether spirit assassin was killed by Lu Ming. However, it did block Lu Ming for a while. Lu Ming, wait for my crazy revenge. I will make you regret it. I will make you die in regret. Seeing that he was about to rush out of the range of the Imperial armament domain, Dark Star heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with an incomparably ferocious expression. Is that so? You are so confident that you can rush out of the range of the Imperial armament domain? Lu Ming sneered and chased after Dark Star at a neither fast nor slow pace. Buzz! At this moment, endless runes suddenly appeared in the void between heaven and earth. These runes intertwined together and enveloped the entire Imperial armament domain. These runes intertwined to form a golden wall that enveloped the area like a cage. Enemy trapping formation, 1,000 divine walls. Just now, the formation that Dandan had secretly set up was this great formation. Dark Star's expression changed. Break! With a long roar, Enchanting attacked with all his strength. A sword light slashed at the golden wall. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and the wall trembled for a moment. However, it didn't break apart and blocked Dark Star's attack. At this moment, Enchanting's expression not only changed, but it also changed miserably. He turned deathly pale. Ah, break for me! Dark Star screamed hysterically and attacked crazily. However, they were still blocked and did not break through. Dandan had spent a lot of time creating a gigantic deployment spell. It was enough to block the attacks of cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. However, Dark Star's attacks weren't as strong as those of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. At this time, Lu Ming had already arrived. I told you, this is where you will be buried. Lu Ming spoke coldly, but his attacks did not stop. He continued to launch attacks. At this moment, Dark Star and the last elf were resisting with all their might. However, with only 1 spirit assassin left, Dark Star's strength had dropped drastically. Originally, when he was a Godly Emperor layer cultivator, he could fight against cultivators who were 4.5 cultivation levels higher than him. But now, he could only fight against cultivators who were 3.5 cultivation levels higher than him. The difference of 1 cultivation level in the Godly Emperor layer was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! 2 violent explosions sounded. At that moment, the last elf's body exploded and turned into ashes. As for Dark Star, half of his body had also exploded. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere. He had been severely injured. Boom! Lu Ming's powerful qi enveloped him. His ice-cold murderous intent made Dark Star's body tremble. You want to make me regret? You want to make me regret? I don't think you have the chance, said Lu Ming coldly. You, and Xing felt his entire body being enveloped by an icy chill. At this moment, he finally understood what fear was. Regret? At this moment, he was truly regretful. He regretted using the Imperial weapon domain. Originally, he had used the Imperial weapon domain to kill Lu Ming. But now, it had become the biggest obstacle to his survival. Using the Imperial weapon domain had turned into a trap of his own making. Mu Yun, you can't kill me. We are both heavenly soldiers. If you kill me, you will be violating the heavenly law. You will be killed by the experts of the heavenly palace. Dark Star shouted. Violating the heavenly law? You have killed so many of my men and you still want to say that you have violated the heavenly law? Don't you find it ridiculous? Lu Ming sneered. After saying that, Lu Ming directly attacked. "No, you can't," Dark Star roared crazily, wanting to counterattack. Unfortunately, all the other elf assassins had been dealt with by Lu Ming. Dark Star's combat strength was already inferior to Lu Ming's by a large margin. In addition, he was severely injured. How could he counterattack? Lu Ming's attack crushed down and Dark Star's body directly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Regret, until the last moment when he was killed by Lu Ming, Dark Star's heart was still filled with regret and remorse. Originally, he thought that killing Lu Ming was a sure thing. After killing Lu Ming, he could even refine Lu Ming into his elf assassin. With Lu Ming's talent, once he became his elf assassin, his combat strength would skyrocket. He would be invincible against those of the same level and step into the peak of the universe. He never expected that in the end, not only would he fail to kill Lu Ming, but he would also be left behind. If he had known earlier, he would never have accepted this mission. Chapter 40-54. Enrich, a peerless genius of the spirit of enrich, one of the candidates for the Universe Prodigy list, died in the hands of Lu Ming with incomparable regret. With the death of Enrich, the remaining two Spirit of enrich experts were incomparably shocked and terrified. The two of them went all out. The divine power in their bodies burned fiercely as they crazily rushed out, wanting to escape. With Enrich killed, Lu Ming was free to deal with them. They were in danger. "You want to leave? Stay." Dandan shouted loudly as he continuously attacked to replenish the power of the array. In addition to Ling Yue's attacks, the two Spirit of enrich experts were unable to rush out at all. "Dandan, let them go." At this time, Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. Dandan was slightly stunned at first, but then his eyes rolled around and he understood. He replied to Lu Ming with a sound transmission, "You brat, you understand, hee." After that, Dandan purposely manipulated the formation, causing it to reveal a flaw. The two Spirit of enrich experts discovered a flaw and were immediately overjoyed. They attacked with all their strength, breaking the array in one fell swoop and rushing out of the encirclement. Swish swish, the two of them turned into two sword lights and quickly flew into the distance. However, there was still the golden wall set up by Dandan around them. "Break, break." The two Spirit of enrich experts roared and attacked with all their strength. They slashed out two shocking sword lights and slashed at the golden wall. With two loud booms, the golden wall actually crumbled apart. The two Spirit of enrich experts were slightly stunned. Earlier, Dark Star had continuously bombarded the golden wall with his attacks. Yet, he was unable to break through it. Thus, how was it that the two of them were able to break through the golden wall with their combined attacks? Could it be that the golden wall was on the verge of collapse due to Dark Star's continuous bombardment? But at this moment, in the face of danger, the two Spirit of enrich experts didn't have time to think and directly rushed out. "Chase! Don't let them escape!" Dandan shouted and chased after them. Lu Ming and Ling Yue also turned into two rainbow lights and followed closely behind. Both sides were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed out more than 100,000 miles. More than 100,000 miles away, they had already left the range of the forbidden weapon domain. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly felt his body lighten. The force that was blocking him had directly disappeared. He could once again connect with the Gale Pearl, the Ice Mysterious Rod, and the second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor and control them. Ling Yue was the same. She directly took out her bloodied elven bow and knocked an arrow. An arrow condensed and with a xiao sound, it cut through the void and shot towards an expert of the Spirit of enrich. "Not good, we've been tricked," a Spirit of enrich expert roared. At this moment, he finally understood why it was so easy for them to break out of the encirclement. It was because Lu Ming and the rest had deliberately allowed them to break out of the encirclement. They rushed out of the encirclement. Lu Ming and the rest also left the perimeter of the forbidden zone. Once Lu Ming and the group left the perimeter of the restricted area, they would be able to use their trump card immediately. As for them, although they could control the divine armament, they didn't have any great killing weapons. Moreover, they were only 3rd tier heavenly soldier, and their heavenly soldier battle armor was only 3rd tier. They could only block a single attack from a 9th level divine emperor. However, the power of the killing weapon that Ling Yue or Lu Ming was controlling was not only at the 9th level of the divine emperor realm. The spirit of enrich expert resisted with all his might. At the same time, the armor on his body glowed with light, and a light barrier rose up, enveloping him within. However, it was all in vain. With a bang, the arrow pierced through the spirit of enrich expert's head. The spirit of enrich expert's head directly exploded, and even his soul was annihilated. The moment Ling Yue made her move, Lu Ming also made his move. A terrifying gale rushed out from the gale pearl, condensing into a wind blade and rushing out. Bang! The spirit of enrich's defense was also pierced through. However, the power of the gale was slightly weaker. Although it had pierced through the 3rd tier heavenly soldier battle armor, it did not kill the spirit of enrich expert. However, the second wind blade was released immediately after. The spirit of enrich expert only let out a miserable scream before his body turned into ashes in the gale. Ha ha ha, easy to deal with. Dandan laughed. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. That's right, they had purposely let the 2 spirit of enrich experts escape. If they were in the forbidden weapon domain, Lu Ming, Dandan and Ling Yue would be able to kill the 2 spirit of enrich experts if they worked together. However, it would be more troublesome. If the 2 of them were to fight with their lives on the line, they might even be injured. However, once they left the forbidden weapon domain, they would be able to control their killing weapons. Killing these 2 spirit of enrich experts would be as easy as flipping their hands. These 2 were different from Dark Star. Once Dark Star left the forbidden weapon domain, it would be very difficult to kill him. Therefore, they had to kill him in the forbidden weapon domain. Shall we clean up the battlefield? Lu Ming said. Next, Lu Ming and the others turned the corpses of Dark Star and the others into ashes. Then, they collected all the evil demon spirit blood. As for his team members, they were also brought to a nearby island and buried by the 3 of them. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed. Speaking of which, these people were all implicated by him. Dark Star and the others wanted to kill him. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died. Mu Yun, you don't have to blame yourself. The main thing is that a traitor has appeared among us. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have died. Ling Yue advised, afraid that Lu Ming would have a knot in his heart. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, we must use the blood of the angel race to pay tribute to these innocent people. Lu Ming's eyes flickered with a cold light. Through his previous conversation with Dark Star, he concluded that the person behind this was the angel race. He would remember this grudge. If there was a chance, he would definitely make the angel race pay the price. What should we do next? Should we return to Nantian City to replenish our troops? Or? Dandan asked. Lu Ming shook his head and said, no, replenish our troops. What if another traitor appears? It was enough for this kind of thing to happen once. Lu Ming didn't want it to happen a second time. That was equivalent to placing one's life in the hands of another. This time, it was because of good luck, or perhaps because Dark Star and the others were too confident that Lu Ming and the others could turn the tables. If the other party sent out a stronger killer this time, such as someone whose combat strength exceeded the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, coupled with the appearance of a traitor and the forbidden weapon domain, they would be in danger. Being lucky this time didn't mean that they would be lucky next time. If another traitor appeared next time, and then an even stronger enemy came, wouldn't they be in danger? How about the 3 of us act from now on? Lu Ming said. Sure, that's exactly what I want. Dandan said. I have no objections either. The 3 of us will be more flexible and secretive. Ling Yue said. After that, they left and did not return to Nantian City. Instead, they continued to move around the Starry Demon Island and hunt demons. Chapter 40-55. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages to the 3 of them moving together. The disadvantage was that their battle prowess was not strong enough. A team could set up a battle formation with powerful battle prowess. As long as they did not encounter any Divine Lord Realm experts, even if they encountered a large group of demons, they would be able to charge over and defeat them. However, if there were only 3 of them, even if they relied on their killing weapons, if they encountered a large group of demons, such as 109th level Divine Emperor Realm demons, they would definitely have to flee. With so many demons attacking together, the power was extremely shocking. Lu Ming was not afraid of relying on his Tier 2 Heavenly Soldier battle armor, but Dandan and Ling Yuwei were in danger. If a large number of demons set up the 10,000 demon god slaughtering formation and trapped them, Lu Ming would be in danger after a long time. Therefore, their later actions became more secretive and cautious. They didn't attack the powerful islands and only hunted the abyss devils that were alone or in small numbers. The 3 of them restrained their auras and headed towards the depths of the Star Devil Island. A day later, they had already passed through 7 or 8 Devil Islands. There's a group of demons in front of us. There are less than 100 of them. Should we make a move? Below the lake, Dandan said. They hid under the surface of the lake while Dandan set up a formation to investigate the situation outside. After a day, they finally encountered a small group of demons. Less than 100? Then let's do it. Lu Ming decided. If there were less than 100 of them, it couldn't be that all of them were at the 9th level of the Divine Emperor Realm, right? Even if they took 10,000 steps back, even if they were all at the 9th level of the mythical realm, they should be able to escape unscathed if they were prepared beforehand. Alright, they're heading east. Let's go east too, Dandan said. Immediately, the 3 of them headed east at the bottom of the lake. As they hurried along, Dandan also set up a formation. Talisman scripts were constantly being emitted from various parts of his body, disappearing into the lake water. At the side, Ling Yuwei was extremely envious. Dandan's method of setting up a formation was truly miraculous. After a while, "We're here, the demons are right above us," Dandan said. In fact, there was no need for Dandan to say anything. Lu Ming and the rest could sense that there was a strong demonic aura above the lake. 31 cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, the others have the strength of the 8th or 7th Godly Emperor layer, Lu Ming muttered. At such a close distance, they could already sense the cultivation of the demons above. The 3 of them looked relieved. There were only 31 demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It was still within the range that they could handle. However, they did not act immediately. Instead, they secretly followed the demons because the Dandan needed time to set up the formation. After a while, Dandan finished setting up a set of formations. "You can attack now," Dandan said. "Then, let's do it." Lu Ming nodded. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he said that, the 3 of them dashed towards the surface of the lake. At the same time, Dandan had already activated the formation. On the surface of the lake, under the demons, countless talismans suddenly appeared, and a gigantic formation appeared. This formation was a trapping formation. Chains extended from the surface of the lake and wrapped around the hundreds of demons. In a flash, at least a few hundred chains appeared, like the tentacles of an octopus. It was terrifying and evil. "Enemy attack!" shouted one of the demons. In a flash, over 100 demons attacked. Demonic chi soared to the sky. They attacked the chains one after another, making clanging sounds. The chains were broken one by one. However, it was a formation that Dandan had spent a lot of time setting up, so it was not easy to break. Some of the demons who only had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer were bound by the chains. As soon as they were bound by the chains quickly tightened, like pythons catching animals. At that moment, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Ling Yuwei had already rushed out of the lake. Whoosh! As soon as Ling Yuwei rushed out of the lake, she shot an arrow. An arrow shot out, 1 divided into 2, 2 divided into 4, 4 divided into 8. One arrow turned into dozens of arrows, shooting towards the demons who were bound by the chains. Those demons had low cultivation levels, so they were bound by the chains and couldn't move. They couldn't dodge the arrows. Pooh! Pooh! Those demons' heads were all pierced by the arrows, and they died on the spot. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. He held the Zephyr Pearl in his hand, and a violent gale swept out, attacking the demons in front of him. A few screams sounded. In a flash, at least 10 demons were killed by the gale. Most of them were of the 8th Godly Emperor layer, but there were also 2 of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. It's the bastards of the ancient desolate universe. Damn it, counterattack. Those demons roared furiously and started fighting back. However, they were in the middle of Dandan's deployment spell. Dandan kept controlling the chains to attack those demons, causing them serious interference. If they weren't careful, they would be bound by the chains. Bzzz. The bowstring vibrated, and the blood-stained elven royal bow shone. An arrow shot out, aiming at a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. With a bang, that demon was killed on the spot. When Ling Yu's cultivation level was still at the 2nd Godly Emperor layer, she could already fight against a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer with her full strength. At the 3rd Godly Emperor layer, she could kill a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer with her full strength. Now, her cultivation level was at the 4th Godly Emperor layer. She didn't need to use the Elven Royal Bow to kill cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. She hadn't used her full strength a moment before. Without using her full strength, she could use more attacks. Lu Ming didn't use the mysterious ice staff, he just used the Zephyr Pearl. With his current cultivation level and his great godly wind technique, the strength of the Zephyr Pearl was enough to kill a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Whoosh! Whoosh! Strong winds turned into wind blades and flew out. Those who were hit by the wind were killed instantly. In just a few breaths of time, they had killed more than half of the hundreds of evil demons, leaving only 40 or so. Among them, 20 had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Set up the deployment spell, shouted a demon. He wanted to set up the 10,000 demons god-slaughtering great deployment spell. But how could Lu Ming and the others let them succeed? Dandan used his full strength to control the deployment spell and separate the demons so that they couldn't join hands. Ling Yu kept pulling the strings of her blood-stained elven royal bow, aiming at the demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. She kept shooting arrows. Each arrow could kill a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. On Lu Ming's side, it was the same. Strong winds were whistling as one demon after another fell. After a few seconds, the number of demons of the 9th Godly Emperor layer decreased from 20 to a dozen. Chapter 4056. Whoosh! Lu Ming released a strong wind which swept towards a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. That demon's skin was dark purple and he looked ferocious. He didn't try to dodge the wind, he shouted furiously, "Heavenly Palace bastard, die!" Swish! Swish! That demon's claws were extremely long and sharp. He kept clawing at the strong wind. Sizzle! When his claws collided with live foam, there was a violent collision sound. In the end, the devil retreated, but live foam was also blocked by him. How strong! Lu Ming's eyes twinkled. That demon also had the strength of the 9th Godly Emperor layer, but he could block Lin Feng's strong wind. That meant he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. Clearly, this abyss demon was a genius among abyss demons. His combat strength was far above ordinary abyss demons. Roar! He let out a roar as his body began to swell. Numerous malevolent bone spikes extended from the surface of his skin, making him look even more ferocious. "I'll hold him back. You go and kill that bastard," shouted the demon. He was obviously talking to another demon. He threw himself at Lu Ming. His claws were even sharper than before. He could easily tear apart godly weapons. Strong wind, die. Lu Ming held the Gale Pearl in his hand. Another gust of strong wind rushed out from the Gale Pearl, turning into a wind blade and charging toward the demon. Clang! The attacks of the two sides collided, bursting out with a powerful force. Some of the surrounding chains formed by the array formation were also shattered by the force. The other demons who were close by were directly injured by the force of the blast. They hurriedly retreated and put some distance between them. Roar! A terrifying roar spread in the air. It came from a demon with red skin. That demon looked like the other demons, but his skin was red like fire. He dashed toward Lu Ming from another direction. As he dashed out, his body emitted blazing flames. A demonic saber that was emitting flames appeared in his hands. He moved extremely quickly towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! On the other side, Ling Yue also noticed this demon. She pulled the Elf King's bow that was stained with blood and shot an arrow. A terrifying arrow shot towards the fiery red demon. In an instant, the arrow approached the demon. Slash! The demon roared and slashed out with his saber, colliding with Ling Yue's arrow. A violent explosion sounded out, as if a star had exploded. In the next moment, Ling Yue's arrow actually shook violently, and with a bang, it exploded. As for the red-skinned demon, he only took 2 steps back. Powerful. This demon was also very powerful. He was definitely not weaker than the demon with bone spikes all over his body. He was actually able to block Ling Yue's arrow, even though Ling Yue did not use her full strength. It seems that there are 2 fiend geniuses here. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. The more talented an Abyss Devil was, the more merit points their Abyss Devil spirit blood could be exchanged for. Last time in the 8th Snake Mountain range, the demon Prince Samoras had given him a total of 60,000 merit points. This made Lu Ming feel nostalgic. Roar! The fiery red-skinned Abyss Devil only retreated slightly before roaring and pouncing towards Lu Ming. He wanted to cooperate with the Abyss Devil to deal with Lu Ming first. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Ming. The Abyss Devil with bone spikes all over his body also roared and attacked. His sharp claws tore through the air as he grabbed towards Lu Ming. If he was caught, Lu Ming's body would definitely be torn apart. However, at this time, a snow-white staff appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Ice Xian Staff. Lu Ming activated the Ice Xian Staff with all his strength. Forbidden power crazily gushed out and poured into the Ice Xian Staff. The Ice Xian Staff rapidly expanded and swept out. Boom! Boom! The Ice Xian Staff collided with the attacks of the 2 fiend geniuses, causing 2 explosions. The Abyss Devil with bone spikes all over his body gave a horrible shriek. His bone spikes broke apart one by one. His body shook violently as he was pushed backwards. The 2 fiends who had the strength of the 8th Godly Emperor layer were killed. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, and was tightly bound by a chain. The other Abyss Devil with flames around his body didn't fare any better. He was sent flying backwards like a meteor. The flames on his body were extinguished in a flash. At the same time, he was also wrapped around by a chain. Then, a layer of ice appeared on their bodies. The ice layer quickly spread and froze them. The 2 fiends' eyes were wide open. Their vitality was quickly fading away. In the blink of an eye, their vitality was completely gone. This was after Lu Ming had controlled his strength. Otherwise, if he had activated the Bingxian Rod with all his might, he could have blasted the 2 demons into smithereens. However, if his bones were crushed, he wouldn't even be able to obtain the fiend's spirit blood. That would be a great loss. Therefore, Lu Ming had controlled his strength and didn't blow them apart. Oh no! Hurry up and run. When the remaining fiends saw that the 2 fiend geniuses had been killed, they were terrified. They scattered in all directions. They didn't have the slightest will to resist. However, under the obstruction of Dandan's formation, as well as Ling Yue and Lu Ming's killing weapons, the fiend couldn't escape. After a short time, all the fiends were killed. After that, Lu Ming and the others collected the fiend's spirit blood and quickly left. Not long after Lu Ming and the others left, a group of fiends flew over. They had obviously been alarmed by the battle just now. Unfortunately, they had already lost track of Lu Ming and the others. After a short time, they appeared in a different place. They encountered another group of fiends. There were only a few dozen of them. Among them, there weren't any strong fiends. Lu Ming and the others easily killed them all. After that, they left. After that, they went everywhere, looking for fiends to kill. Of course, they were much more cautious than before. After all, they had seen the strength of the fiends' geniuses. They couldn't be underestimated. If they encountered a terrifying monster among the fiends, whose strength was at the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, even if they had a great killing weapon, the result would still be unpredictable. Sure enough, 10 days later, when they were hunting a group of fiends, they encountered a terrifying fiend. This fiend's cultivation was at the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor realm, but his battle prowess was shockingly strong. Lu Ming estimated that he was comparable to a genius who could fight across 2 levels. Lu Ming activated the mysterious ice rod with all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to this fiend genius. In the end, it was Dandan and Ling Yue who cooperated with Lu Ming. The 3 of them worked together to kill this fiend genius. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Lu Ming and the others entered the Starry Demon Island. On this day, they were walking under the lake when they suddenly felt a violent explosion coming from the lake in front of them. There were people fighting. Chapter 4057. Lu Ming and the others were below the surface of the lake. They could clearly feel that there was an intense battle in front of them. This was because the fluctuations were too intense. The vast energy surged violently. It was difficult not to sense it. What a strong fluctuation. I'm afraid there are quite a few battles between the 2 sides. Let's sneak over and take a look, Ling Yue said, revealing a curious expression. Let's go. Lu Ming nodded. They had a formation set up by Dandan on their bodies that could hide their auras very well. They were not afraid of being discovered. They planned to get closer to see if they could find an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. If there was an opportunity, they might as well make a move. If there was no opportunity, they could just sneak away. Soon, they arrived not far away from the formation. They extended their spiritual senses and quietly observed. Immediately, the situation outside was completely revealed. Outside was an island. On the island, demonic aura soared into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. At this moment, a large number of demons formed the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. More than a dozen huge demons stood between heaven and earth, fighting with a group of people. The ones fighting with the demons were naturally the heavenly soldiers of the heavenly palace. There were a total of 4 teams. The 4 teams formed a battle formation. For sword lights soared into the sky, fiercely clashing with more than a dozen demonic shadows. The 2 sides continued to fight, but the battle was only a draw. People from the angel race. A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lu Ming and the other 2. Among the 4 teams, one of them was completely formed by the geniuses of the angel race. Seeing the angel race, the 3 of them had no choice but to reveal their killing intent. The spirits of Een from before were sent by the angel race. It would be great if these angels were scattered. Ling Yue muttered. Dandan, is there any way to break the other party's battle formation? Lu Ming asked. If they wanted to deal with the angels and take revenge on them, they had to break the other party's battle formation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match for these angels. The power of the battle formation was too strong. There's no other way. This kind of battle formation of the Heavenly Palace uses runes as the foundation and is integrated into the battle armor. I have no way of breaking it. Dandan shook his head. Then we can only observe and see the situation, Lu Ming said. They continued to hide under the lake to observe the situation outside. The battle between the devils and the Heavenly Palace continued for 2 hours. In the end, the 4 teams from the Heavenly Palace were at a disadvantage and retreated together. The demons did not chase after them because the strength of the 2 sides was similar. Even if they did chase after them, they would not be able to finish off the people from the Heavenly Palace. The 4 teams from the heavenly palace retreated far away and rested on an island far away. Lu Ming and the other 3 quietly followed and observed in the dark. Not long after, the 4 teams rested and gathered together to discuss for a while. Then, the 4 teams actually separated and flew off in 4 different directions. It seemed that the 4 teams felt that they could not deal with the demons on that island, so they split up and went to other islands to hunt demons. Should we follow them? Dandan asked. Obviously, he was asking if they should follow the angels. Let's follow them and see. Lu Ming said. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He was not so easy to talk to. The angels had secretly sent people to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not intend to let them go. Moreover, in that team, there were familiar prodigies like Lafitte of the angels. Lu Ming concluded that the spirits of Nether were sent by Lafitte and the others. As long as he got rid of the angels, he would be safe for a period of time. He would not have to worry about being assassinated. This was a way to solve the problem once and for all. The 3 of them secretly followed. Half a day later, they saw a small island. There were many devils on this island. However, the number of fiends on this island was much smaller. The angels directly attacked. The fiends on this island weren't very strong, so they weren't able to form a battle formation in time. Therefore, they were easily defeated by the angels. After defeating the devils on this island and collecting the devil spirit blood, the angels left this island and continued to hunt for devils. In the next few days, the angels found a total of 3 devil islands. They defeated the devils on these islands and obtained a large amount of devil spirit blood. During these 3 days, Lu Ming and the others followed behind the angels. However, they did not find a chance to attack. On the 4th day, the angels found an even bigger devil island. This devil island was even bigger and more vast. There were many devils on this devil island. Devil Chi soared to the sky. It formed the 10,000 devil god slaughtering array. There were dozens of huge devil shadows. However, these devils were at a disadvantage. This was because there were more people from the heavenly palace besieging the devil island. There were a total of 10 teams. They formed a battle formation and besieged the devil island. When the angels saw that the heavenly palace had the upper hand, they immediately rushed forward without hesitation and joined the battle against the devils. With the addition of a team from the heavenly palace, the devils were at a disadvantage. It seems like the devils are going to lose. When they lose, we will secretly attack and see if we can kill some devils and obtain some devil spirit blood. Lu Ming said. This island was very big. It was probably a top-notch island among the astral devil islands. There must be many devil prodigies on this island. Naturally, they wanted to kill some and obtain some devil spirit blood. The battle continued. However, the scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the heavenly palace. Slowly, the devils could only defend. They had fewer and fewer opportunities to counterattack. They were suppressed by the heavenly palace. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the devils were defeated. Bastards from the heavenly palace, die. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. Rumble. The entire world trembled under this loud roar. Then, a huge devil blade appeared in the sky. It cut through the void and slashed towards one of the teams from the heavenly palace. It was terrifying and filled with devil chi. Oh no, it's the devil emperor of the devils. The faces of the people in that team changed drastically. There was a devil emperor in the sky. This was an existence that was equivalent to the celestial emperor realm. It was too terrifying. It was impossible for them to dodge it. Activate the battle formation with all your might. Block it. The team leader of that team shouted. They activated the battle formation with all their might. It turned into a huge golden sword light that rushed into the sky and collided with the devil blade. Boom! There was a shocking roar. Golden and black light filled the whole sky. The violent force swept across the world. However, this resistance only lasted for a breath's time before the golden sword light crumbled. The demonic saber didn't stop. It continued to slash at the group. With a boom, the group's battle formation was directly destroyed. Miserable screams rang out. At least half of the group of 50 people were killed by the terrifying power. Chapter 4058. The existence of the Demon Emperor realm was too strong. With one move, it destroyed a large formation, causing at least half of the team to die. However, this was just the beginning. Immediately after, in the sky, there was another demonic saber light that slashed down violently. And this time, it was not one saber light, but two saber lights. Two pitch-black demonic sabers slashed down at the two teams. One of the teams happened to be the team of the Angel clan. The people of these two teams were pale, without a trace of blood, and their eyes were filled with fear. However, at this time, they had to fight with all their might. They could not sit still and wait for death. Full force, resist with all your might. Burn your divine power. Loud roars were heard. At this moment, the people of the two teams were fighting with all their might. The divine power in their bodies burned fiercely, stimulating the power of the large formation to the extreme. At this time, no one cared about the consequences of burning their divine power. If they did not fight with all their might, they would lose their lives. Under the full force of the two teams, the power of the battle formation was stimulated to the extreme. Two golden saber lights soared into the sky. However, the existence of the Demon Emperor realm was too strong. Even if they burned their divine power with all their might, the result was already destined. With two violent roars, the battle formations of the two teams exploded. Miserable screams were heard, and flesh and blood splattered and scattered on the surface of the lake. Even if they burned their divine power to resist, they could not resist the attack of the Demon Emperor. Their situation was only slightly better. Fewer people died in each team, but each team still lost about 20 people. As for the others who did not fall, unless they were second-rate heavenly soldiers, all of them were more or less injured, suffering varying degrees of damage. Run, run! The remaining people screamed in terror and tried to flee in all directions. Without the battle formation, it was too dangerous for them to participate in such a battle with their true strength. However, how could those demons let go of such an opportunity? Kill! Kill them! Angry roars were heard as the demons activated the 10,000 demons god slaughtering formation. Suddenly, a few tall demonic shadows stepped on the void and attacked those who had lost the battle formation. Swoosh! A few huge demonic sabers slashed at these people. Among them, there was a huge demonic shadow that brandished the demonic saber and slashed at the angels. The expressions of the angels changed, their faces turning deathly pale. This slash was sent out by the myriad demon god slaughtering array. They had lost their battle array and could not withstand it at all. If they were hit, they would definitely die. You guys retreat first. At this moment, a figure stepped out from the group of angels. This was a young genius from the angel race. He was the captain of this team. Whoosh! Angel wings stretched out from his back, and holy light soared into the sky. A total of 5 pairs of wings. This was a 10-winged angel, the same as Lafitte's. However, his cultivation was much stronger than Lafitte's. 7th Godly Emperor layer. The young man from the Angel clan had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. His name was Sarah. His entire body was suffused with dense holy light, and the second-class celestial soldier armor on his body was activated, forming a light barrier that enveloped him. At the same time, a cross-shaped holy sword appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. This was his ultimate weapon. He had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, and he was a 10-winged angel. He was terrifyingly strong, and with his deadly weapon, he was even more terrifying. He stood in front of the gigantic demon and slashed out with his sword. Holy light burst out, and the holy light sword was thousands of li long. It moved towards the gigantic demon. Boom! The sword of holy light collided with the demonic shadow's demonic blade, causing a violent explosion. However, it only lasted for 2 breaths before the sword of holy light crumbled. Even though Sarah was terrifyingly strong, he couldn't compete with the gigantic demon. The gigantic demon had been sent out by the myriad demon god slaughtering array. There were at least 100 demons of the 9th godly emperor layer, and over 1,000 demons of the 8th and 7th godly emperor layer. The holy light sword broke apart, and the demon blade crashed onto Sarah's body. His celestial soldier armor shook violently. In the end, he managed to block it. "Run!" shouted Sarah furiously. He told the other young geniuses of the angel clan to run away. At that moment, the demon great emperor attacked again. The demon blade cut through the sky and continued moving towards the people of the heavenly palace. The people who were surrounded by the demon blade looked desperate. "How dare you!" At this moment, a furious roar resounded through the sky. The void suddenly split open, and a figure appeared. That person was wearing golden armor and holding a spear. He was dazzling with golden light. A terrifying chi surged out of his body. When that person appeared, he threw his spear and it pierced through the sky. It collided with the demon great emperor's demon blade. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The demon blade had been blocked. Great Emperor. It's the Great Emperor. A first-class celestial soldier. The people of the heavenly palace cheered. The Great Emperor of the heavenly palace had arrived. The Great Emperor's eyes were as sharp as swords. He shouted furiously, "Your opponent is me. Die." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The entire world rumbled as the spear pierced out, seemingly piercing into the depths of the universe. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded in the sky. The sky cracked open and a gigantic demon appeared. The demon's wings blotted out the sky. He was holding a demon blade. The demon blade slashed out, boom! Boom! The two divine emperors and demon emperors fought fiercely against each other. For a moment, the void above them was filled with chaos. The scene was terrifying and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The battle between the great gods and demon great emperors didn't affect the battle below. The battle below was still intense. The demons were using their full strength to activate the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Great Formation. The gigantic demons were entangled with the remaining battle formations of the heavenly palace. The gigantic demons were chasing after those who didn't have a battle formation. Previously, there were 3 teams whose battle formations had been destroyed by the demon great emperors. The demons were targeting those people. People were being killed continuously. The angels were doing better. Sala blocked the gigantic demon alone. The geniuses of the angels were happy to be safe. However, Sala's situation wasn't good. The second-class celestial soldier armor he was wearing was said to be able to withstand a full-strength attack from a cultivator of the first great supreme god layer. However, after the continuous attacks, it was in danger. Boom! In the end, the second-grade celestial soldier armor's defenses were destroyed, and the berserk energy slammed into Sala's body. Sala cried out as half of his body exploded, and the rest of his body flew out, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. He had been heavily injured. However, after Sala's continuous attacks, the angels had retreated far away. They were almost out of the range of the 10,000 demons slaughtering God Great Formation. Chapter 40-59. Let's go. Retreat. Immediately, an angel rushed over and caught Sarah. Then, they flew back and left the island in the blink of an eye. The demons didn't chase after them. After all, the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array also needed to be set up in advance. Without the array, its power would be greatly weakened. The demons continued to fight with the other members of the heavenly palace, while the angels fled without a trace. There were originally 50 of them, but only 26 of them escaped in the end. The other 24 had been attacked by the demon emperor and the 10,000 demon god slaughtering array, and had fallen one after another. Should we chase? Dandan looked in the direction of the angel's escape, his eyes shining. Of course we have to chase. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a sneer. Weren't they waiting for this kind of opportunity by following the angels? Now, was there a better opportunity than the one in front of them? Only half of the angels were left. Without the support of the battle formation, they were all injured. If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Immediately, the three of them secretly chased in the direction of the angels' escape. As for the battle on this demon island, they couldn't be bothered to care about it. Soon, the angels reappeared in their field of vision. They followed them all the way. The angels flew for a few hours and found a small island without demons. Then, they landed on the island to rest. Mu Yun, are we going to make a move now? Ling Yue asked. No, now is not the time to make a move. Lu Ming shook his head. Although there were only 26 angels left and all of them were injured, there were still many powerful existences among them. For example, that's Sarah. Sala was already heavily injured, but there were also a few other 10-winged angels. 2 of them had higher cultivation bases than Lafitte. This kind of angel usually had a great killing weapon. If they rushed forward now, they might not be able to annihilate all of them. That's right, what Lu Ming wanted was to annihilate all of these angels. If they charged forward now, even if they could kill a portion of them, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill all of them. This wasn't what Lu Ming wanted. After a while, the injuries of these angels will probably be healed. Ling Yue was rather worried. It's fine as long as the angel captain hasn't recovered from his injuries. This guy's injuries are very serious. He definitely won't recover so quickly. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Dandan and said, Dandan, it's up to you now. Set up an illusion array that can trap these angels. No problem. As long as you give me some time, I guarantee that I'll be able to set up a large formation so that these angels won't be able to escape. However, how do we get them to enter the formation? Dandan said. I'll do it. Lu Ming said, don't they want to kill me? If I appear in front of them in a seriously injured state, do you think they will come after me? Ha ha ha, wonderful. Dandan laughed loudly, and Ling Yue also revealed a smile. Lu Ming immediately left the island and found a place. Dandan began to set up the formation while Lu Ming sneaked back to observe the angels. Time flew by quickly. Very quickly, half a day had passed. At this time, Lu Ming received a sound transmission from Dandan. The formation had been set up. With Dandan's current attainments in runic formations, it took him half a day to set up the formation. From this, it could be seen how powerful this formation was. At this time, the injuries of the angels had basically healed. Of course, Sarah's injuries were too severe, and he didn't have a heaven-defying physique like Lu Ming's. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly, and his aura was still very weak. You guys wait in the formation. I'll lure the angels over soon. Lu Ming replied to Dandan's message. Then, he took out a sword and stabbed himself in the chest, creating a hole that went through his chest. Blood continuously flowed out, dyeing his face red and making him look like he was heavily injured. Then, Lu Ming quietly left the place. When he was far enough away, Lu Ming rushed into the sky and flew towards the island where the angels were resting. He had a panicked look on his face. Rumble. The elites of the angel race looked toward the source of the voice and saw Lu Ming right away. That kid. It's Mu Yun. It's Mu Yun. That kid is still alive. But he seems to be severely injured. His aura is very weak, and he's running for his life in a panic. He must have encountered those from the Dark Star. That guy from the Dark Star is also a piece of trash. Didn't he say that he would definitely deal with Lu Ming? He actually managed to escape. But it doesn't matter. This kid's luck is really bad. He actually escaped to our place. He's destined to die in our hands. As soon as they saw Lu Ming, these angels immediately started discussing. Especially Tu Lafitte and the others, they even revealed a cold murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming, who was flying in the distance, seemed to have just discovered the angels. He hurriedly stopped and revealed a frightened expression on his face. Then, he turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Chase. Chase him together. Don't let him escape. Bring his head back to see young Master Gabbert. He will definitely reward you handsomely. These angels roared and turned into streaks of light as they chased after Lu Ming. Almost all of the 26 angels were on the move. They chased after Lu Ming. There were 2 reasons for doing so. First, they were afraid that Lu Ming would run away. If they moved together, they would see how Lu Ming could escape. Second, this was the constellation Devil Island after all, the territory of the devils. Now that their battle formation had been broken, they didn't dare to split up. If they split up, it would be more dangerous for them to encounter the devils. Angels, Lu Ming pretended to be frightened and shouted. Then, he unleashed all his strength and flew in the direction of Dandan's battle formation. As for the angels, they were hot on his heels. Lu Ming was seriously injured and alone. This was a good opportunity that was hard to come by. How could the angels let it go so easily? Both sides, one chasing and one fleeing, were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the place where Dandan's battle formation was set up. Lu Ming directly rushed into the battle formation set up by Dandan. The angels behind him didn't notice him at all. Among the angels, there was no lack of people who were proficient in runic formations. However, their attainments in runic formations were far inferior to Dandan's. Moreover, this battle formation was set up by Dandan after half a day. It was completely hidden in the void and didn't reveal any clues. These angels didn't notice it at all. The 26 angels followed closely behind Lu Ming and rushed into the battle formation. Chapter 4060. Rise. Once all the angels had rushed into the area covered by the formation, Dandan shouted softly, "Let's go." As Dandan's voice sounded, a huge formation appeared in the sky. Endless runes spread and intertwined. It's a formation. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. Damn Mu Yun, you're courting death. The angels roared. They were not stupid. As soon as they discovered the formation, they knew that they had fallen into a trap. Lu Ming was pretending to lure them into the formation. Charge out. Some of the angels roared. They gathered together and wanted to charge out. However, at this moment, the environment suddenly changed. These angels found that they had arrived in a boundless purgatory. Countless undead spirits rushed towards them from all directions. For example, zombies, skeletons, evil spirits, and so on. They roared and pounced towards them ferociously. The angels were shocked. They launched a fierce attack. Beams of dazzling holy light burst out and bombarded the undead spirits. The undead spirits were instantly defeated. However, the undead spirits were defeated. More rock spirits appeared from all directions and rushed towards them. They charged forward at a very fast speed. However, after charging for a long distance, they realized that they still hadn't rushed out of the range of the formation. They were still in the formation. Illusion, these are all illusions. We're in an illusion formation. An angel prodigy who was more skilled in formations finally realized what was going on and shouted. So it's an illusion formation. The angels' hearts relaxed a little. An illusion formation was better than a killing formation. 2 of the angels did not resist the undead spirits. They allowed the undead spirits to pounce on them. Since it was an illusion formation, the undead spirits in front of them were all illusions. There was no need to resist at all. Puff. Puff. Blood splattered everywhere. The 2 angels were directly torn apart by the undead spirits and died on the spot. What's going on? The other angels were shocked. Some of them did not intend to resist the undead spirits. At this moment, they hurriedly blocked the undead spirits. Damn it, the illusion of this great formation has already reached the point where it can pass for real. The illusion can also launch a physical attack. What a brilliant formation. An angel who was proficient in runic formations roared. What? The other angels had ugly expressions on their faces. This illusion formation had actually reached the point where it could pass for real. This was terrifying. If it was just an illusion formation, they could ignore these undead spirits and slowly find a way out. However, if the illusion formation still had the power to attack, then it would be troublesome. The threat of this illusion formation would increase exponentially. Attack space with all your might. The foundation of these illusion formations should be embedded in space. As long as space is destroyed, this battle formation. Sarah roared. Attack! As the angels blocked the undead spirits, they concentrated their power and attacked in one direction. Boom boom. A huge explosion occurred in that direction. The void exploded into terrifying holes. However, the formation was not destroyed or weakened. They still did not rush out. Undead spirits were still rushing towards them from all directions. Outside the formation, Lu Ming, Ling Yuwei, and Dandan stood in the air. In their eyes, there were no undead spirits in the void in front of them. It was the same as before. He saw that the angels were running around in circles. They were running around in circles and attacking randomly. They couldn't see them at all. I spent half a day setting up this formation. How can they destroy it? Unless the Divine Emperor makes a move, hee hee. Dandan sneered proudly. Let's do it. Ling Yuwei opened her mouth and took out the Elven King's bow. Her divine power boiled and poured into the Elven King's bow. An arrow condensed. Swish. A terrifying arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the angel race prodigies. The arrow was aimed at an 8-winged angel of the 4th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. The 8-winged angel didn't seem to feel the arrow at all. The arrow flew into the illusion array. Only when it was 1 meter away from the angel's forehead did the angel feel a terrifying sense of danger. However, a distance of 1 meter was too short for Ling Yuwei's arrow. It was so short that the time needed was negligible. Even if he wanted to block it, it was too late. Pooh! The angel's forehead was pierced by the arrow and he died on the spot. Be careful, there's an ambush. The other angels roared. Pooh! In the next moment, another arrow was shot, and another angel's prodigy was killed. Ling Yuwei shot out 2 arrows in a row. Then, she shot out a 3rd arrow. This arrow was aimed at Lafitte. However, Lafitte was not something an ordinary angel could compare to. His spiritual sense was extremely sharp. When the arrow was 100 meters away from him, he could sense it. A distance of 100 meters required a very short amount of time, but it gave Lafitte time to react. At all times, he held the angel's sword in his hand. At this moment, he subconsciously held it horizontally in front of him. Clang! The arrow hit the angel's sword and caused a violent vibration. Lafitte couldn't help but retreat. He was caught by the sharp claws of a stone spirit, and his body was almost cut open. Ah, Mu Yun, if you have the ability, fight fair and square. What's the point of hiding outside the array and sneak attacking? Lafitte roared. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Lafitte. Lafitte quickly turned around and saw a figure. This figure was naturally Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the ice Xian staff and looked at Lafitte coldly. He didn't look injured at all. His chi was vigorous to the peak. Mu Yun, die for me. Upon seeing Lu Ming, there was a cold murderous intent in Lafitte's eyes. The angelic sword glowed and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. He waved his ice Xian staff and attacked Lafitte. Their attacks collided, and then Lafitte's body shook violently. He was forced back repeatedly, blood spraying out of his mouth. He almost lost his grip on the angelic sword. After becoming a celestial soldier, Lafitte had also entered the fortune tower and his cultivation level had also increased. He now had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer. However, Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 3rd level of the divine emperor realm, which was only 2 levels lower than Lafitte's. Given Lu Ming's combat capability, even if he did not use his weapon of mass destruction, his actual combat capability was above Lafitte's. After both of them used their weapons, Lu Ming's fighting strength was even greater than Lafitte's. Lafitte, you're the one who called the spirits of Een clan to kill me, right? Let me tell you a piece of bad news. The spirits of Een clan have all died in my hands. Now, I'll send you down to accompany them," said Lu Ming coldly. He raised his ice xian staff again. Chapter 4061. The mysterious ice rod carried a terrifying chill and a berserk strength chi as it pressed down towards Lafitte. The terrifying might caused Lafitte's expression to become incomparably ugly. "Save me, save me!" Lafitte roared in fear. "Mu Yun, you're courting death. How dare you! Kill!" In the surroundings, the other experts of the Angel clan roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. All sorts of holy light divine swords slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not dodge, as if he did not see it. This was because the second-tier heavenly soldier armor on his body had already been activated, and a layer of light enveloped him. Boom! 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 The attacks of the Angel clan landed on the light barrier, causing a violent explosion. However, they were unable to break through Lu Ming's defense. The second-tier heavenly soldier armor was able to withstand the full-strength attack of a first-layer divine emperor. How could these Angel clan geniuses break through it? Lu Ming stabilized his body, the mysterious ice rod did not stop, and continued to attack Lafitte. Lafitte roared as his entire body was covered in holy light. He was going all out. However, in that move just now, he had already been severely injured by Lu Ming. He was unable to unleash his full strength, so how could he block Lu Ming's full-strength attack? Boom! The mysterious ice rod pressed down, and the holy light on his body exploded. The angel sword in his hand flew out. He screamed miserably as his body was torn apart, his body and soul destroyed. This 10-winged angel of the Angel clan was killed by Lu Ming. His storage ring was grabbed by Lu Ming. Swoosh! At the same time that Lu Ming made his move, Ling Yue was not idle either. She continued to pull on the elf king bow that was covered in blood, and the arrow pierced through the air, killing an Angel clan genius. Mu Yun, Ling Yue, how dare you! You dare to kill us? The Angel clan will not rest until you are dead. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die. The angels roared. Some of them wanted to take out the dream god Jade to spread the news. However, how could Lu Ming let them have their way? Lu Ming took out the zephyr bead. Strong winds howled and swept out, enveloping the angels. At the same time, Dandan was also using all his strength to activate the illusion array. The undead spirits were constantly attacking the angels, making it impossible for the angels to use the dream god Jade to transmit messages. Miserable screams rose and fell. Some of the weaker angels were killed one by Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Very quickly, out of the 20 or so Angel clan geniuses, only 3 were left. These 3 were the most powerful angels in the Angel clan. One of them was Chara, and the other 2 were also 10-winged angels with astonishing power. The 3 of them had bloodshot eyes as they desperately unleashed their power to protect themselves. Lu Ming wouldn't have been able to compete with Sala. After all, Sala had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, and he had a powerful weapon. However, Lu Ming was not afraid of him. He had been severely injured by the 10,000 demonic god slaughtering array and had not recovered yet. Boom! Lu Ming held the ice xian rod in his hand and exchanged blows with Sala. The 2 of them retreated at the same time. You want to kill me with just you 2? No way. Just wait for the crazy revenge of my Angel clan. Sala roared, his face grim. However, what welcomed him was Ling Yue's arrow. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique to draw out the power within the Zephyr bead, enveloping the other 2 Angel clan geniuses and continuously killing them. At the same time, Dandan also used all his strength to control the illusion array to attack the 2 angels. For the time being, the 2 angels were trapped, while Lu Ming and Ling Yue attacked Sala with all their might. Sala had yet to recover from his serious injuries, and his remaining strength was about the same as when Lu Ming activated the ice mystic rod. In addition to Ling Yue, he could not block it at all. Moreover, the second-tier heavenly soldier armor on his body had already used up all of its energy during the great battle with the demons. It automatically retracted and hid in his body, unable to be of any use at all. After blocking a few moves, his body was invaded by the coldness of the ice Xian rod. His body was covered in a layer of ice, and the terrifying coldness seemed to have frozen the blood in his body. His aura became weaker and weaker, and his strength became more and more empty. Pfft! After 2 more moves, Ling Yuwei's arrow finally hit him. It pierced through his chest and created a large hole. Sala roared. He was not dead yet, and his body emitted a dazzling holy light. He roared wildly, wanting to self-destruct and perish together with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming used the ice Xian rod to suppress him. The terrifying chill directly froze him, and then, a violent force bombarded his body. Sala didn't even have time to scream before he died. Although the remaining 2 Angel Clan geniuses were quite strong, the outcome was already decided. Under the siege of Lu Ming and the others, they were all quickly killed. Since then, this team of angels had all fallen. One of them had died at the hands of the demons, and the other had died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. It could be said to be incomparably miserable, and their losses were heavy. These were the top geniuses of the Angel Clan. Among them, there were 4 10-winged angels. 10-winged angels, even in the huge Angel Clan, were extremely rare. Every one of them was a top-notch monster. In the future, when they grew up, they would become the mainstay of the Angel Clan. In fact, most of the backbone of the Angel Clan were 10-winged angels. After all, 12-winged angels were a minority among the minority. If the upper echelons of the Angel Clan knew about this, they would probably be so angry that their hearts would ache. Angel Clan, this is considered interest. If you continue to target me, I will make you suffer an even greater loss. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. After collecting all the Angel Clan's storage rings, he burned the bodies of the Angel Clan's geniuses into ashes. They left this place and returned to the bottom of the lake. Then, they took out the storage rings and began to count them. We're rich. After counting, Dandan grinned from ear to ear. The other treasures were nothing. The main thing they cared about was the evil demon spirit blood. There was a lot of evil demon spirit blood in the storage rings of the Angel Clan's geniuses. It was probably not much less than Lu Ming and the others combined. Although nearly half of the Angel Clan's geniuses had died in the battle with the demons, the other half of the Angel Clan's geniuses were relatively weak. These Angel Clan's geniuses did not have much evil demon spirit blood. The evil demon spirit blood was carried by the Angel Clan's geniuses, such as Sarah, Lafitte, and the others. This was a big harvest. Although this trip to the Constellation Demon Island was full of twists and turns and the other members of the Angel Clan had died in battle, the amount of evil demon spirit blood they had obtained was astonishing. It was even more than the amount of evil demon spirit blood they had obtained in the 8th Snake Mountain Range. There was a lot of evil demon spirit blood of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. There were even more evil demon spirit blood of the 8th Godly Emperor layer and the 7th Godly Emperor layer. If they exchanged it for merit points, it would definitely be astonishing. It would definitely be more than the merit points they had obtained in the previous assessment. I wish everyone a happy new year and hope that you will be free from all diseases and viruses. Chapter 4062. The 3 of them kept the spirit blood and planned to divide it equally when they returned to Nantian City. After dividing it, the 3 of them left the place and continued to hide and hunt the devils. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. In this half a month, the 3 of them didn't gain much. After all, they didn't have a battle formation and could only hunt down the devils that were alone or in small numbers. But during this time, the devils they encountered were getting fewer and fewer. Lu Ming and the rest guessed that the Heavenly Palace should have completely gained the upper hand and killed most of the devils. Also, the remaining devils should have retreated to the depths of Constellation Devil Island. Lu Ming and the rest didn't intend to go to the depths of Constellation Devil Island to participate in the battle there. Now that they didn't have a battle formation, if they encountered a large number of devils or God Emperor devils, they wouldn't even know how they died. The three of them planned to stay in Constellation Devil Island for a few more days. If they still didn't gain anything, they would return to Nantian City. On this day, they were moving forward at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, Dandan stopped and said, "Tens of thousands of miles ahead, I feel a devil chi reaction, but it looks very weak." Dandan had been setting up a battle formation to check the devils around. "How many devils are there?" Lu Ming asked. "I'm not sure. It's blocked by a layer of devil chi, but the devil chi is weak. The devil's cultivation shouldn't be strong," Dandan said. "Then let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said. Immediately, the three of them went in the direction pointed by Dandan. Not long after, they saw a cave at the bottom of the lake. The devil chi was emitted from the cave. However, the devil chi wasn't very strong. There are indeed devils. I didn't expect that there are still devils hiding in this cave. It seems that they are hiding from the Heavenly Palace's experts, Lu Ming said. Not good, retreat quickly. This is a Devil Emperor level devil. Suddenly, Bone's voice sounded. What? A Devil Emperor level devil? Lu Ming was shocked. Retreat. Lu Ming shouted. He, it's too late to retreat now. A cold voice could be heard coming from the cave. Following this, a ferocious demonic aura burst out from the cave and swept toward Lu Ming's group like a storm. Powerful and terrifying. Block it. Lu Ming roared. However, the demonic chi was too fast, and they were not prepared. It was too late for them to take out their trump cards. In their haste, they could only activate their celestial armors to block it. Boom! Boom! With a series of explosions, Lu Ming and the other two were sent flying. Lu Ming was still fine. He had the second-tier Heavenly Soldier battle armor and was able to completely block this power. As for Ling Yue and Dandan, their faces were somewhat pale as they spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was rather surprised. This was because the power of this attack was much weaker than he had imagined. Didn't Bone say that there was a Devil Emperor level devil in the cave? It was impossible for a Devil Emperor level devil to only have such a little attack power. It was normal for him to be able to block it, but Ling Yue and Dandan definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Even if they didn't die, they would still be severely injured. But now, Dandan and Ling Yue had only suffered some minor injuries. This was a bit strange. Was this the power of a Devil Emperor level? The three little fellows from the Heavenly Palace have some strength? A puzzled voice came from the cave. Following that, a black shadow flashed, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. This was also a devil, but his figure was even more burly. His entire body was surrounded by a dense demonic aura, and a terrifying pressure was emitted from his body. Devil Emperor. This was definitely the pressure of a Devil Emperor level demon, because the three of them had felt the pressure of a Devil Emperor level demon before. That Devil Emperor level demon had even defeated the Angel Race's battle formation, and it was very similar to the pressure of this Devil Emperor level demon in front of them. However, this demon's aura was very weak. This was because there was a hole in his heart. Inside, there was a golden light that was constantly corroding this demon's body. That was Buddha's light. The three of them recognized it at a glance. Lu Ming finally knew why this demon's attack wasn't that strong. It was because this demon was severely injured, and it was injured by an expert from the Buddha clan. Obviously, this demon was hiding in that cave to heal his injuries and was discovered by them. This demon's eyes were like copper bells as he stared at Lu Ming and the other two. His eyes were filled with greed as he roared, "Peerless monsters, 3 peerless monsters from the Heavenly Palace, this is definitely a great supplement. If I eat you guys, my injuries will quickly heal, and my cultivation will even take a step forward, ha ha ha." Blazing, greedy. The demon's eyes became more and more passionate and greedy. Although the move just now didn't kill Lu Ming and the other two, he wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was happy. This proved that Lu Ming and the other two were peerless monsters. As long as he ate Lu Ming and the others, it would be very beneficial to him. As for Lu Ming and the other two, how high was their cultivation? No matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? Although he was severely injured, he was confident that he could easily take down Lu Ming and the other two. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, the demonic aura on his body crazily erupted. His burly demon body pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. The demon lord tore through the void and grabbed towards Lu Ming and the other two. Even though this demon was seriously injured, the power of his attack was still very shocking. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming took out the ice mystic rod. All the taboo power in his body poured into the ice mystic rod and blasted it out. At the same time, Ling Yue also took out the elf king bow that was stained with blood and shot out an arrow with all her might. At this moment, Dandan also attacked with all his might. A large number of runes appeared on his body. The space between his eyebrows glowed, and the shadow of a word appeared vaguely. It was the word formation. The word disappeared in a flash. More runes rushed out of Dandan's body and formed a huge battle. A huge tortoise appeared and let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar before pouncing towards the demon. Boom! 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 3 violent explosions rang out. Strength overflowed in all directions, and demonic aura soared into the sky. Then, a figure retreated backwards and crashed into a huge rock at the bottom of the lake. The huge rock exploded, and the lake water stirred up thousands of waves. This retreating figure was surprisingly that Demon Emperor level abyssal. This made Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan somewhat dumbfounded. So weak? Was this still a Demon Emperor level expert? They were originally so nervous that they were about to die. They attacked with all their might, afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist this Demon Emperor level demon. They didn't expect that with a single move, this Demon Emperor level demon would be sent flying. This demon is too heavily injured. A thought flashed through the minds of Lu Ming and the other two. They had seen the Demon Emperor level demon make a move before. Its power was extremely shocking, and it could destroy a battle formation on the side of the Heavenly Palace with a single move. It was far from the strength in front of them. Chapter 4063. In fact, not only were Lu Ming and the others dumbstruck, but the Demon Great Emperor was also dumbstruck. What was going on? The 3 little guys from the Heavenly Palace looked so weak, how could they be so strong? It wasn't that he didn't know how serious his injuries were, but he was a Demon Great Emperor. Even if he was seriously injured, killing a cultivator of the 9th Godly Emperor layer was as easy as pie for him. But a moment ago, he had been blown away by Lu Ming and the others. How was that possible? His mind couldn't wrap itself around the situation. However, Lu Ming and the others had already reacted. It turns out that he's a weakling. Haha. Kill him. Dandan burst into laughter. In a flash, he created a gigantic turtle. It was the silhouette of the world godly turtle. It was incomparably huge. It moved towards the Demon Great Emperor. Bzzz. Ling Yue pulled the bowstring again, and an arrow shot out. Lu Ming waved his Xian ice staff and attacked the Demon Great Emperor. That's right, they directly attacked. They wanted to slaughter this Devil Emperor level devil. A Demon Great Emperor's demon blood could be exchanged for a lot of merit points. A Godly Emperor layer demon couldn't compare to it. It wasn't easy to come across a half-dead Demon Great Emperor, how could they miss it? The 3 people's attacks were incomparably violent. Finally, the Demon Great Emperor woke up. In a flash, his lungs were about to explode from anger. A few low-level Godly Emperors surprisingly wanted to kill him first. This had never happened before. Even if a Godly Emperor dared to attack him, he had to be at least a peerless genius of the 9th Godly Emperor layer. But Lu Ming and the others' cultivation levels were not high. The highest cultivation level was only the 4th Godly Emperor layer. They were too far away from the Godly Emperor layer. Shouted the Demon Great Emperor furiously. Demon Chi exploded. A demon blade appeared in his hand and he slashed 3 times. 3 blade shadows appeared and collided with Lu Ming and the others' attacks. A violent explosion sounded, and the 3 demonic saber shadows collapsed. The demon emperor was once again blasted away, smashing a large number of boulders. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his injuries were even more serious. The Buddha's light in the hole in his chest shone brightly, worsening the demon's injuries. Lu Ming and the others' confidence was greatly boosted after they managed to repel and even injure this evil demon a second time. It seemed that this demon had really reached the end of its tether. I'll block him from the front. Yue, shoot with your bow and arrows. Dandan, don't go all out to set up a formation. Set up a killing formation. Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue and Dandan, then flew up and smashed down with the ice profound rod. At the same time, the gale pearl appeared in his left hand, and a violent gale rushed out, rushing towards the demon overlord realm demon. The demon of the fiend emperor realm roared. He endured his injuries and slashed his fiend's saber continuously toward Lu Ming. It collided with the gale and then with the Bingxian rod. Boom! Clang! After the two of them collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently. The mysterious ice rod in his hand buzzed non-stop as he retreated a few steps. After all, he was a demon overlord realm demon. Even though he was heavily injured, his strength was still astonishing. Lu Ming alone was still at a disadvantage. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the demon overlord realm demon wanted to charge forward and kill Lu Ming. However, Ling Yue shot an arrow at him. This demon had no choice but to block Ling Yue's arrow and had no time to deal with Lu Ming. As for Dandan, he began to set up the array with all his might. Damn it! The demon overlord realm demon roared in his heart, his anger soaring to the sky. You little bastards, just you wait. The demon roared and wanted to escape. Being forced to escape by a few low-level divine emperors was a great humiliation, but he had no choice. He felt that if he continued to stay, he might really be finished off by Lu Ming and the other two. However, how could Lu Ming let him escape so easily? Lu Ming held the mysterious ice rod in his hand and attacked with all his might. At the same time, the gale inside the gale pearl was constantly drawn out as if it was free. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The gale formed several tornadoes that surrounded the demon overlord realm demon and attacked him continuously. In addition to Lu Ming's attack, it was not that easy for this demon to retreat. Even if he could retreat, he would be attacked by Lu Ming. His injuries would be even more serious and he would have to pay a price. Brat, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The demon roared, his eyes ferocious, revealing a crazed look. His body began to stir. Inside, bright red bone spikes protruded from his flesh and blood. His aura became a little more berserk. He pounced directly at Lu Ming and slashed at Lu Ming with his demonic saber. Clang! The demonic saber collided with the mysterious ice rod once again. The mysterious ice rod trembled incessantly and was knocked to the side. As for the demon saber, it continued to slash at Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not retreat. If he retreated, the other party would find an opening to escape. Lu Ming did not dodge or retreat, allowing the demonic saber to slash at his body. Wang! The second-class heavenly soldier's armor kept trembling, but it was not broken. After all, the other party was not at his peak. For a time, he was unable to break through the second-class heavenly soldier's armor. Let's see how many moves you can block. Kill, kill, kill. The demon overlord realm demon roared crazily, and his aura actually increased a little. Obviously, he had gone all out and used some kind of desperate method. Generally speaking, this kind of desperate method would have side effects, but now he couldn't care less. He had a demonic saber in one hand and a demonic claw in the other. He crazily attacked Lu Ming's body. In the blink of an eye, at least a dozen attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. However, they were all blocked by the second-class heavenly soldier's armor. During this time, Ling Yue also launched an attack, but it was blocked by this demon. After continuous attacks, even the second-class heavenly soldier's armor had consumed a lot of energy. The light it formed dimmed down. However, Lu Ming still did not retreat. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar, and from the Zephyr Pearl, a strong wind howled out, sweeping towards the demon. At the same time, the Ice Xian Rod attacked again. Let's see who can hold on. The Demon Overlord Realm Demon roared, ignoring his own defense. He continued to attack Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so attacks landed on the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor. With a bang, the second-class Heavenly Soldier's armor finally ran out of energy and the light shield exploded. But at the same time, Lu Ming's attack also landed on the demon's body. Although this demon was a Demon Overlord Realm demon, his body was incomparably hard and his defense was astonishing, but he could not completely block Lu Ming's attack. Wounds appeared on his body, and one of his wings was blown apart by the Ice Xian Rod. The Demon Overlord Realm demon spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, his eyes were incomparably ferocious as he roared, "Die!" A few bright red bone spurs on his body actually left his body and pierced towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. He had been waiting for this opportunity to break through the defense of Lu Ming's armor and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Chapter 4064. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon fought with all his might. The bright red bone spurs on his body flew out from his body and shot towards Lu Ming. This time, the distance was too close. Coupled with the fact that the bone spurs were extremely fast, even if Lu Ming wanted to dodge, he wouldn't be able to. In fact, Lu Ming had no intention of dodging at all. Puff puff puff, a few bone spurs hit Lu Ming and pierced through Lu Ming's body. Some pierced through his chest, some pierced through Lu Ming's dantian, and some pierced through his shoulders. A total of 5 bone spurs pierced through Lu Ming's body, creating 5 holes. Lu Ming's body was pushed back by the bone spurs, nailing him to a huge rock. Ha ha ha, go to hell, go to hell. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon roared crazily, but in the next moment, his eyes popped out, revealing a look of disbelief. This was because Lu Ming was completely fine, and his aura had not weakened at all. Boom! Lu Ming's body burst out with a powerful force, sending the 5 bone spurs flying. The wounds on Lu Ming's body quickly healed. At this time, Ling Yue seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow with all her might while the Demon Emperor Realm Demon was in a daze. An arrow pierced through the Demon Emperor Realm Demon's throat, causing his injuries to worsen. A bunch of little monsters, let's go. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon really panicked and turned around to leave. Unfortunately, his surroundings were filled with strong winds. He was even weaker now, and for a moment, he was actually unable to break through the strong winds and escape. As for Lu Ming, he held the Ice Xian Rod in his hand and charged forward again. He struck out with all his might, causing the Demon Emperor Realm Demon to stagger back. Dandan, are you almost done? Lu Ming sent a sound transmission to Dandan. This Demon Emperor Realm Demon was really hard to kill. He had continuously used his full strength to activate the Ice Xian Rod, which consumed a lot of energy. It was difficult for him to maintain his strength. He believed that Ling Yue was about the same. If this were to continue, the demon might really escape. Alright, use your full strength to kill this demon. Fortunately, Dandan gave him some good news. Dandan rapidly formed hand seals, and countless runes appeared on the ground and in the air. These runes intertwined to form a huge formation. The formation shone brightly, and Buddhist chants could be heard. In the next moment, 8 gigantic figures appeared in all directions. These 8 figures emitted a golden Buddhist light, as though they were the Vajras of the Buddhist sections. Dandan had actually set up a Buddhist grand array. The 8 Vajras attacked with all their might, launching a fierce attack at the Demon Emperor Realm Demon. At the same time, Lu Ming and Ling Yue also attacked with all their might. Lu Ming held the Zephyr Pearl in one hand and used all of his strength to draw out the energy within the Zephyr Pearl, turning it into a wind blade that slashed towards his opponent. His other hand held the mysterious ice staff, and in an instant, he poured all of his taboo energy into the mysterious ice staff. The mysterious ice staff grew rapidly, and he swung it at his opponent. Ling Yue also shot an arrow with all her might. The attacks of the 3 people drowned out the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal together. The pupils of the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal contracted sharply, because he felt a fatal crisis in this move. Roar. He let out a roar, unwilling to be killed by a few little fellows like this, and fought back with all his might. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out, and then a tall figure flew out like a meteorite, smashing into the mountains at the bottom of the lake. The lake water surged, and smoke and dust filled the air. The figure that flew out was naturally that abyssal demon. Lu Ming and the other two flashed their figures and followed closely behind. When they flew over 10,000 miles, they found that the Demon Emperor Realm abyssal demon was already lying on the ground, his entire body in tatters. His aura was extremely weak, and he was already on the verge of death. They widened their eyes with all their might, staring at Lu Ming and the other two, their eyes revealing deep unwillingness. It seemed that he did not expect that a demon emperor of his generation would eventually die in the hands of 3 Divine Emperor Realm Juniors. If this were to spread out, he would be laughed at after his death. Let's go. Lu Ming said coldly, and stepped down. A demon sword appeared under his feet, and he used the Great Demon Sword technique. Puchi. The demon sword completely killed the Demon Emperor Realm abyssal demon. Who? The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. The 3 of them were indeed incomparably strong, and with the help of their great weapons, they could kill 9th-layer divine emperors like cutting melons and vegetables. However, compared to divine emperors, there was still a big gap. Even in the entire primitive universe, an emperor god would be considered a top expert. Many powerful forces in the universe, or some of the more powerful races, did not have any divine emperors. Only the powerful races on the list of 10,000 races of primitive universe had divine emperors. That level was much stronger than divine emperors. Fortunately, the Demon Emperor Realm abyssal demon had been severely injured by the experts of the Buddhist clan, and his strength was greatly weakened. Otherwise, even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for the Demon Emperor. If they encountered the Demon Emperor, there would only be a road to death, and they would not be able to escape. Then, the 3 of them took the Demon Emperor Realm abyssal demon's spirit blood and quickly left. After finding a place, the 3 of them adjusted their breathing, and when they recovered to their peak state, the 3 of them went in the direction of Nantian City. Not long after, they successfully returned to Nantian City. After returning to Nantian City, Lu Ming went to report to a divine general what had happened at Constellation Demon Island. Naturally, he would not say that his team members were killed by the spirits of Nether Race. One should know that although the spirits of Nether Race had killed his team members, he had also killed 3 experts of the spirits of Nether Race, and one of them was a peerless genius of the spirits of Nether Race. Although they had taken action in self-defense, and the Heavenly Palace would not blame them, if the spirits of Nether Race knew that they had killed a peerless genius of the spirits of Nether Race, they would most likely not let them go. In the future, they would have to constantly face the assassins of the spirits of Nether Race, and that would be even more troublesome. Lu Ming naturally would not say that. He only said that their formation had been destroyed by the abyssal demon experts, and that the others had died in battle, leaving only the 3 of them. The divine general did not have the slightest suspicion. After all, such things were very common in a battle with the abyssal demons. The divine general comforted Lu Ming and said, "Captain Mu Yun, do you need me to replenish your troops?" His team had been scattered, and he could continue to replenish his troops, reform a battle formation, and guard a side of the city wall. However, there was another choice, and that was to choose not to be the captain, and to act alone and hunt the abyssal demons alone. This was usually the choice given to the survivors after a team had been destroyed. However, most people would still choose to form a team. After all, if they formed a team, they could form a battle formation, and their power was amazing. When fighting with the abyssal demons, their chances would be much higher, and they could also hunt enough abyssal demon spirit blood. Acting alone was not only more dangerous, but the efficiency of hunting the abyssal demons would also be much lower. Of course, there were also some people who would choose to act alone. Those people were generally very confident in their own strength. Lu Ming chose to act alone. Chapter 4065. Lu Ming naturally chose to act alone. He had been betrayed once, and he didn't want to be betrayed a second time. If they formed another team, it would be hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be betrayed again. He planned to act alone with Dandan and Ling Yue to hunt demons in the future. Even if the efficiency was a bit lower, it would still be safe and at ease, right? After telling him this idea, the Divine General happily agreed. After returning to his residence, he met up with Dandan and Ling Yue. Then, they moved away from here and stayed on another section of the city wall. After that, the three of them took out the demon spirit blood they had hunted this time and counted them together. The harvest this time was huge. Most of the demon spirit blood came from demons above the 7th layer of the God Emperor realm. They would definitely be exchanged for a lot of merit points. However, they didn't go to the Well of Merit, so they didn't know how many merit points they could exchange for. Right now, they were still unable to return to Dream Sky City to exchange for merit points. They needed to stay in Nantian City and guard it for 100 years. After the three of them counted the demon spirit blood, they divided it equally. For the next half a month, they cultivated in Nantian City. It was very peaceful, and no one came to find trouble with them. Thinking about it, that group of angels were all dead, and no one knew that they were the ones who did it. Although there were many angels in the heavenly soldiers, far more than those 15 people. But relatively speaking, the ones who were most hostile to them were those in that group, such as Lafitte and the others. Once these people died, they should have a period of peace. Half a month later, the three of them set off again. They left Nantian City and headed to another level 3 area to hunt demons. In the following time, Lu Ming and the others acted in groups of 3, secretly hunting demons. The three of them worked together, with Lu Ming and Ling Yue as the main attacker, and Dandan in the formation. In fact, the efficiency wasn't too bad. Although the speed at which they hunted demons couldn't compare to those teams, it wasn't too far off. The key was that the demon spirit blood they hunted was only divided among the three of them. Not only was the demon spirit blood in their hands not less, but it was even more. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than 90 years had passed. There were only a few years left until the 100-year period. As long as 100 years passed, they would be able to return to Dream Sky City and convert the evil demon spirit blood they had accumulated into merit points, which they could then exchange for various treasures or enter the fortune tower to increase their strength. What was worth mentioning was that in the past 90 years, their strength had all increased. Lu Ming had a special body. After so many battles, he had broken through to the 4th Godly Emperor layer. Dandan used to have the strength of the 2nd Godly Emperor layer, but after 90 years, he had broken through to the 3rd Godly Emperor layer. Ling Yue's cultivation had also broken through to the 5th Godly Emperor layer. Ever since she had obtained the fortune of the sacred seed mother tree, her physique had undergone a transformation. Her cultivation speed was astonishing, and she was actually not slower than Lu Ming. What was worth mentioning was that Qiu had also broken through to the 7th Godly Emperor layer. He had broken through to the 5th Godly Emperor layer consecutively. During this time, he had devoured a large number of godly weapons. In particular, Lu Ming had obtained some broken godly weapons from the Merit Exchange Hall, which had been of great help to Qiu. Overall, the strength of the three of them had skyrocketed, and they could hunt abyss devils more easily. On this day, they were hunting demon spirits in a level 3 area when they suddenly received news from Nantian City. Everyone was retreating back to Nantian City. Lu Ming and the others were puzzled. They didn't know why everyone was retreating, but under such circumstances, something big must have happened. They didn't dare stay and hastily returned to Nantian City. When they returned to Nantian City, they saw a large number of celestial soldiers returning from all directions. They were all celestial soldiers who had hunted demon spirits from different areas. After so many years of hunting, the low-level areas around Nantian City, such as the level 2, level 3, and even level 4 areas, had been cleared. Further in was the terrifying level 5 area. The level 5 area was occupied by terrifying demon empires. These demon empires had terrifying demon spirits overseeing them. They were comparable to the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Celestial soldiers and celestial generals generally didn't dare to enter the level 5 area. Nantian City opened a formation. Countless celestial soldiers and celestial generals flew into the formation and landed on the city wall. Lu Ming and the others followed the crowd into Nantian's city and landed on a section of the city wall. What happened? Why did everyone suddenly retreat? Yeah, we'll be able to conquer that level 3 area very soon. The demon emperors in that level 3 area have all been killed. Unfortunately, they retreated at the last moment. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Many people were puzzled. Silence. At that moment, a dignified voice rang out and spread through the entire city wall. The scene immediately quieted down. Suddenly, many figures appeared in the sky. These figures had extremely strong auras, as deep as the sea. They were extremely terrifying. Celestial Emperors. They were all in the Celestial Emperor realm. There were celestial generals in armor and celestial officials in white robes. There were no less than 100 of them, and they were all high-level celestial emperors. Everyone's heart sank, and many people revealed solemn expressions. It was definitely unusual for hundreds of celestial generals and celestial officials to be mobilized at once. According to reliable news, a huge demon army has appeared in the depths of the dark universe and is heading toward Nantian City. It should be the demons of the level 5 area. A burly celestial general said. This celestial general looked very valiant and handsome. His long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and his aura was very terrifying. Obviously, this celestial general's identity was extraordinary. Even among the hundreds of celestial generals, he was one of the best. Celestial Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as a thought flashed through his mind. That's right, he was definitely not mistaken. This celestial general was from the Celestial Tribe. Back then, when he first met the myriad gods, he was chased by some terrifying existences. Those existences were evolved from the Celestial Tribe's powerhouses after their deaths. They were not the real Celestial Tribe. The real core of the Heavenly Palace was the Celestial Tribe. It could be said that the Celestial Tribe had founded the Heavenly Palace. The Celestial Tribe was not one of the top 10 tribes because they were high and mighty and looked down on all the other tribes. No other tribe could be compared to them. However, it was said that the Celestial Tribe was very few in number, but each one of them was very powerful. Any one of them would be a top prodigy in the primitive universe. Lu Ming had been in the Heavenly Palace for so many years, but this was the first time he had seen the real Celestial Tribe. Demon Army? The demons of the level 5 area. Is there a demon wave? Many people exclaimed. Every time the demon army of the level 5 area attacked Nantian City, it was very terrifying. It was called a demon wave. Chapter 4066. Every time a demonic wave broke out, a world-shaking battle was destined to break out, and the fighting was incomparably tragic. Yes, it's a demonic wave, and this time, it's no small matter. It's very likely that more than one 5th level district has been mobilized. So, immediately set up defenses and check all the arrays to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The Heavenly Human Tribe's Divine General said loudly. Many people were shocked. There was more than one 5th level district demon taking action. The situation was worse than they had imagined. Then, everyone began to take action. Those who were assigned to guard the section of the city wall immediately returned to guard their own section of the city wall. Lu Ming and the other two, because they were acting alone, were randomly assigned to a section of the city wall to hunt as many demons as possible. The heavenly soldiers were very fast. In a short while, they had set up the defenses, and then one by one, they stared into the distance, waiting for the demons to appear. Time passed by, second by second. Buzz. Suddenly, the earth and the sky in front seemed to tremble. Then, there was a terrifying aura coming from afar. The aura suddenly became extremely oppressive, as if there was a terrifying giant beast in the distance, coming this way. Everyone's heart was in their mouths. Boom. Boom boom. Then, there was a violent roar, and the sky in front of them became pitch black. That was the demonic aura. The demonic aura rushed toward Nantian City like a tide. In the demonic aura, there were countless demons. Countless demons covered the sky and the sun, holding all kinds of weapons, roaring like thunder, and killing intent like a tidal wave. There were too many, so many that it was impossible to count. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless demon army, and no one knew how many there were. And some of the demons' auras were extremely terrifying. These were all demons in the Demon Emperor realm. At a casual glance, one could see hundreds of demons in the Demon Emperor realm. Why are there so many demons? How many 5th-level district demons have been mobilized? Many people's faces changed drastically. So many demons in the Demon Emperor realm had appeared. It was definitely not 1 or 2 5th-level district demon dynasties that could mobilize. It was definitely multiple demon dynasties that had mobilized together. Get ready. In the sky, the heavenly human tribe's divine general shouted. Set up the array, get ready to attack. On the city wall, many first-class heavenly soldiers shouted. In the heavenly palace, there were more than 100 emperor gods. More than 100 god emperors appeared in the sky. They were all god generals and heavenly officials. Those who could reach the level of divine general or heavenly official were all experts among experts. Even among the god emperors, they were considered experts. Most of those first-rate heavenly soldiers were also divine lords. They were just a few weaker divine lords, but their numbers were not small. Rumble. Heaven and earth rumbled, and the sun and moon lost their light. The Fiend Legion was getting closer and closer to Nantian City. Kill. Kill all the creatures in the primitive universe. Destroy the heavenly palace. Exterminate the heavenly human tribe. Kill all these losers and fugitives. Roars came from the devil army as countless devils roared and charged towards Nantian City. He was getting closer. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Soon, the distance between the two sides was only a few thousand miles. At this time, the demons launched an attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless attacks, densely packed, covered the sky and blasted toward Nantian City. Formation, rise. In Nantian City, the divine general of the heavenly human tribe gave the order. The city walls of Nantian City glowed, and a light shield appeared. The attacks of these devils were all on the light shield. The light shield kept shaking, but it was blocked by the light shield. Killing formation, rise. The divine general of the heavenly human tribe gave the order again. On each section of the city walls, runes filled the air, and multicolored light continued to shine. Another formation appeared. This time, it was a killing formation. The killing formation condensed all kinds of divine light and shot toward the devil army like arrows. However, the devil army also set up a formation. Layers of demonic aura condensed into a light shield, blocking these attacks. The first wave of attacks from both sides did not cause any damage. The distance between the two sides was getting closer. Boom! In the end, the devil army crashed heavily into the light shield outside Nantian City. At this moment, the entire city felt like it was shaking. Focus on one point and tear this formation apart. Attack. On the devil army's side, the attacks of all the devils gathered in groups. Many of the devils' attacks were focused on one point, trying to tear the formation apart and kill their way into Nantian City. Among them, many Demon Emperor realm devils also attacked with terrifying power. The light shield of the formation trembled even more violently. If this continued, it was inevitable that it would be torn apart. Attack. Kill the devils. The heavenly soldiers on the city walls also roared and launched an attack. Most of the heavenly soldiers formed a battle formation, condensing dazzling golden sword light, slashing outside and slashing at the devils. Lu Ming and the others did not attack. Now that both sides were attacking with formations, the power was too strong. With their cultivation, even if they attacked, it would not have much effect. Boom! 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 Terrifying rumbles continued to sound as if the world was about to be destroyed. There were too many experts fighting fiercely. If it happened in the primitive universe or in the starry sky, it would cause a devastating disaster. A large area of the starry sky would be annihilated under such an attack. However, the dark universe was very special. Everything was much more stable than the primitive universe. The damage caused would not be as great as the primitive universe. However, the ground was constantly exploding, and the void turned into chaos. The scene was terrifying. Finally, after fighting for a while, the formation in the eastern area of Nantion City was torn open by the devils. Charge in! The abyss demons let out excited roars, and countless abyss demons madly rushed in through the opening and killed their way onto the city walls. Kill! The heavenly soldiers on the city wall roared and attacked with the battle formation. Golden sword light flashed and slashed out horizontally. Suddenly, a large number of devils were killed. However, there were too many devils, and they kept rushing in. The devils could not compare with the heavenly palace in terms of rune formations. After charging in like this, the devils' formations were not so exquisite. Most of them were fighting for themselves. Unless they had set up a large formation in their own territory, the devils could rely on the formation to exert great power. On the heavenly soldiers' side, relying on the heavenly armor, they could activate the power of the battle formation at any time. However, there were too many devils, and they were not afraid of death. They kept rushing in, and there were even Demon Emperor Realm devils mixed in. Die! A Demon Emperor Realm demon rushed into the crack and slashed out with his saber, blowing up a large formation. More than half of the heavenly soldiers inside were blown up alive. Tragic, both sides began to suffer casualties. You're courting death. A first-class heavenly soldier, his body glowing, waved his sword and attacked the Demon Emperor Realm devil. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Chapter 4067. Both sides fought fiercely and casualties began to appear. Moreover, with the fierce attacks of the demons, many parts of the Nantion city's array formation were torn apart. Countless demons rushed in through these cracks and engaged in a great battle with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Buzz! The array formation on Lu Ming's side also fluctuated violently. Under the attacks of countless demons, the array formation trembled incessantly. Finally, a crack appeared. Kill! A large group of demons roared and rushed in through the crack, pouncing towards the heavenly soldiers and generals. The heavenly soldiers on the city wall immediately launched a counterattack, setting up a formation to kill the enemy. Both sides fought fiercely. There were also demons that charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Dandan took a step forward and dense runes appeared on the ground. A large array was formed and turned into chains that wrapped around a dozen demons. Then, Lu Ming took out the Zephyr Pearl. A strong wind whistled and swept past, killing more than a dozen demons on the spot. In such a great battle, Lu Ming did not plan to take out the mysterious ice rod. It was too exhausting and would not be used for long. It was far less practical than the Zephyr Pearl. Although Ling Yue took out the Elf King bow that was stained with blood, she did not use all of her strength to control it. She only activated the power of the 9th layer of the Divine Emperor Realm. This way, she could use many moves. The three of them worked together seamlessly and quickly killed dozens of demons. The results of the battle were quite good and attracted the attention of the other demons. The geniuses of the desolate universe are mine. A blood-red demon with burning eyes pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. This was a flame demon. This kind of demon was a special kind of demon. It was very powerful. Before it even pounced, a scorching aura had already pounced towards Lu Ming and the other two. The Zephyr Pearl turned into a wind blade and slashed towards the demon. With a boom, it collided with the demon, causing an earth-shattering explosion. However, Lu Ming did not kill the demon. The wind blade formed by the strong wind was blocked. What strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That fire demon had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer, but he was extremely strong. He was much stronger than ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer. Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 4th godly emperor realm. His cultivation level had increased, which meant that he could draw out more energy from the Gale Pearl. However, the demon had managed to block it. That showed how powerful it was. Brat, it's useless to rely on external objects. Die! The flaming demon roared. Its body was shrouded in flames, and its claws were constantly clawing out. Its body was like lightning as it pounced towards Lu Ming. Whoosh! Ling Yuwei made her move, and an arrow shot towards the demon. Although Ling Yuwei did not use her full strength to activate the Elf King bow that was covered in blood, she had still activated a portion of its power. It was not weaker than the Gale Wind blade from before. The flaming demon did not dare to underestimate it. It reached out with its claws and blocked the arrow as well. After blocking it, its pair of demon wings continuously slashed towards Lu Ming. It was blocked by Lu Ming's Zephyr Pearl. However, the demon looked ferocious and took the opportunity to get close to Lu Ming. Its demon claws grabbed towards Lu Ming's head. However, an arrow shot towards it. This arrow was even more terrifying. Ling Yuwei attacked with all her strength. The flaming demon's expression changed. At the critical moment, it used its demon wings to slash at Ling Yuwei's arrow. With a boom, a hole appeared in its demon wings. It was injured and retreated. Ling Yuwei attacked with all her strength, and her attack power was still above that of the demon. While the demon was injured, Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. A strong wind swept out and turned into a wind blade, slashing horizontally. With a pu sound, a demon's head flew high into the air. This demon genius was dead. The moment he killed the demon, Lu Ming grabbed the demon's demon spirit blood with his palm. The performance of Lu Ming and the other two immediately attracted the attention of the demon emperors on the demon side. You're courting death. A demon emperor realm powerhouse stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. 3 claw lights shot out and grabbed towards Lu Ming and the other two. This was a demon emperor realm demon at its peak. Its strength was unfathomable, and its attack was incomparably terrifying. Lu Ming and the other two felt their hearts beat faster and their hair stand on end. Unstoppable. Facing a demon emperor at its peak, even if they attacked with all their might, they wouldn't be able to resist. Especially Ling Yuwei and Dandan. They only had 3rd-tier heavenly soldier armor, so they couldn't withstand the demon emperor's attack. However, they were already prepared. On the ground, dense runes suddenly crawled out and covered the bodies of the 3 people. Then, the bodies of the 3 people became blurry. When the Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal attacked, the 3 of them directly disappeared from their original place and appeared dozens of miles away. The Demon Emperor Realm Abyssal's attack naturally missed. Formation. The Demon Emperor Realm Demon's eyes flickered with a cold light. Yes, formation. Before the demon army arrived, Dandan had already secretly set up a formation. Of course, they were all formations used to escape. In such a great battle, setting up a killing array was useless. How many demons could you kill? Among the demons, there were many experts. If you killed the strong, there would be even stronger ones. For example, after they killed the flame demon Heaven's Pride, a demon emperor realm demon would immediately come. Therefore, setting up an escape formation to save one's life was the way to go. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Kill. That demon emperor realm demon seemed to have his eyes on Lu Ming and the other two. With a wave of his demon claws, more and more claw prints formed, covering the sky and covering the earth as they charged towards Lu Ming and the other two. Wherever it passed, the battle formation set up by one of the teams was directly destroyed. Blink Thousand Shadows Array, rise. Dandan shouted, controlling the array with all his might. Dandan, Lu Ming, and Ling Yuwei's bodies exploded with a bang. Each of them turned into hundreds of figures, scurrying everywhere. Bang bung as the claw shadows fell, the shadows collapsed. When all the claw shadows disappeared, the true bodies of Lu Ming and the other two were revealed. However, their faces were pale. Although they had dodged the other party's attack just now, it was dangerous and not easy. Wanting to escape with his life in front of a devil emperor at his peak was not easy. We dodged it again. The killing intent in the eyes of that demon Emperor Realm demon was extremely strong. After escaping from his hands twice in a row, his anger burned fiercely. I will tear you all apart and bring you back to become my exquisite food. The demon Emperor Realm demon roared. With a flap of his wings, he personally pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. At this moment, swoosh! A spear pierced through the void and pierced